Hello, everyone, and welcome to the next session of Shadow Guardians. I am your DM, Dragon Arion. We have our two players, soon to be three. One of them is running late, but we are going to be beginning very shortly. Just gotta pull up one last thing, and then I can also do a little recap. That is loading slow, so while that's loading, I'll go ahead and do the recap. As it was, in the last session, your group had been somewhat, or had arrived in the city of Citiver, as shown by on the map here. We'll quick zoom in. Focus ping right there. I should check as well. Is it being streamed to you as well?
Nope, I don't see anything being streamed.
Pepper, could you stream to?
I'm not on the.
You're on your laptop. Okay. I can stream for now, at least until we get to some combat stuff.
No,
A little sneak peek behind the DM screen. Okay. There we go. Ooh, sorry. You can see everything?
Yep, I can see it.
Alright, cool. But yes, you have arrived past the swelling sea, past the region of Delra, into the Lapsus province, in the central area of the Consortium. One sec, where's my... I wanted this tune. But yes, it has been around 3 days since your travel from the Isle of Iconfall in the kind of border area of Memorem and the Consortium. And since that time, some of you have conversations with the Memorem leader, Isheen Ali, as well as some of the other Memorem people, we'll say Memorem soldiers and people around, such as Relka, Hakma, Tahari Hakma's daughter, and the kind of main leader of Isheen's guard detail, at least the Memorem side of it outside of you. As well as a few other things, and talk with people in your own group, such as Lyshishka. Sorry, a lot of names to remember this session, but yes. To which most things, well, it seems as if there's been an air of tension throughout most of this recent operation, as the feeling that the walls are somewhat closing in on this new in this peace summit that's about to be begun, or beginning now. Something is quite amiss. And last session, some of those little things that were amiss began to slowly begin adding up as more was revealed and more was discovered. It began with your arrival, as you had first arrived somewhat in the early to midday time at Citiver, with seeing some of the ships that had been docking from several other of the countries in the area, or I should say the Lapsus region, from the Auroch Vein to the Noblesse people, as well as even some sub-consortium groups like the Alta Latel and Tidepack. And of course, your own Memorem group arriving as well. While it seems as though the general vibe is that most people seem at least interested to see what's happening with this whole event. A lot of the citizenry, at least. There are signs that there is some apprehension among some, from a variety of different groups even, that are arriving here. It is a hot area of activity, with some people believing that they cannot trust some of the others that have arrived, and some even being fearful if they can trust their own side. To that end, your party navigated your way once you arrived to I have the name here. I know we came up with it on the spot, but I have to go in my notes and figure it out. It was... What was the name of the building? Or the hotel? What if I type in hotel?
'Hotel. 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 'Ho It was a hotel, yes. It was a touristy one.
It was called. I feel like I should have it pulled up. Oh wait, the Glistening Sea. That was what it was called. I see.
Yeah.
Yes, the Glistening Sea Hotel. A large multi-story complex built kind of along the hill at the edge of Cidaver, going kind of down into the, or I guess the lower elevated areas. That overlooks most of the docks going above the lower elevated areas that overlooks much of the docks and some of the city. Quite pristine view, I should say, and even overlooks some of the area towards the backdrop of the city where you will all be meeting tomorrow. Most of you will be at the event itself, the meeting, the summit. You all were led there by a man named Koajo, a shock man named Koajo, seemingly the leader of the Consortium Mariners, and a very gruff, we'll say, sounding person, but also seemed to be quite wise, or at least knowledgeable of things, and gave fair warning that there were prying eyes and deceit all around in this moment of peace. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's me. I'm here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh no.
We're just doing the recap real quick. Going off
Okay,
of
good.
that, though, one of your members proceeded to stay behind a little bit to help with kind of surveying and getting a good, gleam of the area and its activity before you all, before people returned back to where they wanted to rest and other things, and return back to their regular guard duties. That would have been that was Titus at the moment, and Titus discovered something quite odd during his searches, and we'll say stroll in the town.
Ugh.
Outside of just the general mixed bag of attitudes around, some positive, some negative, there was a glimpse or a sensation that he felt, a recognition of a long, former accomplice and friend who I believed to be dead for a time before now. Now there is some question of that death's truth, we'll say. Outside of that, Imiko and Latricia, and Pawnee made their way with Asheen to the hotel, where they would meet the, unsavory sort that was Chase, who was one of the prospective leaders of the Consortium, one of the council leaders, the one in the north in the Hirisi province, the other one being not here, as it seems that there is at least one council member representing each province here at this summit. The other ones, it seemed, that they had met happened to be Eric Burrows, the one for the Lapsus province that they're currently in, as well as two other leaders, one from another neighboring nation, Noblesse, one they've heard about, named Mirth, and another by the name of a Hook, who seemed to be the leader, one of the main leaders of the Alta Latel, at least the Lotia province in the north, in the Lapel province. After, we'll say, some conversations with Chase and some snide remarks from certain members, everyone proceeded to leave to their respective duties and or kind of relax for the day, before the ensuing conversations that would be tomorrow. Along with that, Imiko, Pawnee, and Latricia would take a moment to speak with a somewhat distraught-seeming Macy, who happened to be it seemed to be personal guard detail, at least at the moment. That's as they were prepared, of Chase and not Eric, Emmanuel, another one of the Consortium leaders that's here, and was seemingly raked through the coals quite unfortunately after her actions in the former Iconfall Isle incident, as she had proceeded to support the Memorem forces as they were being attacked by pirates, or the pirating group of Leviathan Stripe at the time. And because of that, there were severe damages, or some minor to severe damages on their vessel, as well as some of their equipment, though no reported deaths and minor injuries were reported, she was still kind of left out to dry and was chastised by Chase and seemingly potentially some of the other council members for her actions there, which were before authorization was allowed, despite her being, one of the leaders of the Forge Masters. Nevertheless, after talking with Macy for a bit and getting a little bit more of her understanding of things as it stands in the Consortium and just around in general, she proceeded to tell them she had noticed some oddities while she was doing some surveys in the area a day or so prior. She noticed an odd smell, which smelled a lot like the types of fuel that is often used in Memorem vessels and vehicles, a particular type of mixture they use that gives them a kind of spicy kind of smell in the air. After this was revealed, seemingly on cue, Titus proceeded to arrive and inform the group, or I should say, relay something that he had been deliberating on for the last few months, that his old, we'll say, criminal group might have some involvement with the recent events they've been experiencing as it pertains to the Memorems, and that one of them might be in the city now plotting something potentially for the summit. With that revelation, Apani had left to find Isheen, who had left to the kind of more poor areas of the town, which houses most of the Memorem refugees from several years prior and such. And the others had proceeded to go up to their room to contact Lyshishka and inform them the information they now have. However, we're going to be starting with Apani real quick, as it shouldn't take too long, but yes. Let me just flip around some music. That's... No, where's the... I know I have Lapsus. No, that's battle music. Where's my town mix? Is this it? Yes, it is, kinda. Yeah, we'll play it. No. Is this the one I'm looking for? Yeah, we'll go with that one. So, Apani, you have ran out of the building. You would have probably had to stop to ask, where the district that Isheen had headed to was. You would have known it would have been the area where just a lot of the more poor area of Citiver. I don't have the name of the district at the moment, but we'll just say you could easily be able to find it if you just simply ask someone out of turn, hey, I'm looking for I'm looking for the area where the Isheen went, or I'm looking for the area where that's currently being developed on, or something like that, and they would probably point you towards the east side of the east side of the city. A little bit outside the main walls into kind of a more shanty town looking area that has some rudimentary wooden walls erected around it. Let me see. So, as you arrived, I imagine this entire time you've been just sending out your psionic signal to try to catch Isheen wherever he is, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, probably around the time it would probably be within 20 minutes of you getting there, or not 20 minutes of getting there, 20 minutes to get there and kind of walk around. After that time, you would probably have got a connection that kind of linked around a midway point of the area, and you would have heard what is Apani, is that you? What is amiss?
There is something coming. There's going to be a battle.
There's kind of a pause for a moment, and then there's a... Where are you? What is happening?
I would tell him what location I'm in, and I would relay the information about how I am unsure about how the knights are going to play it in battle. I know that something is coming.
he kind of like as you're kind of relaying this information to him. He will say, "We should be there shortly," and it wouldn't take too long, maybe about 5 or so minutes. Wherever you described you are. And as that's going on, I assume you're talking to him and describing like what you know, what your conversation
Yes.
with Latricia was like, and then as well as would you tell them, or did you tell him the information that Titus just told you about his old, someone he noticed from his old group being here potentially?
I would mention that Titus saw that, but I would not mention that Titus knows that they're from his old group.
Okay. So just that Titus knows that
I
someone.
would mention that some is from Titus. I wouldn't say that some Titus is old group.
Okay. Just making sure I know what is actually told to him. So someone is here.
I wouldn't put Titus in the hot seat.
So yes, he would kind of concur with that and be like, "This is troubling indeed." He kind of thinks, "We have we have reason to believe that it could be. There's reason for your concern, yes. However, I don't believe that we can call things off as it stands."
I understand. It's just better to be prepared and know that something is coming than to be caught up.
And as he kind of says that, after all that explanation, you would see them kind of turn from one of the corners. Probably Relka first, kind of turn one of the corners down one of the alleys between two of the wooden buildings. And she would just kind of like whistle over to you and then like motion for you with 2 fingers to come over.
I would walk towards her.
Okay. Once you do, she would just kind of like look left and right, and then like take you back into like kind of between the 2 buildings, like an alley, and just sit down probably beside, kind of like leaning on the wall, like, or should say lay back leaning on one of the walls, while Sheen seems to be just kind of standing in the alley thinking about something. It just seems to be him and her at the moment. He would just kind of nod, saying, "It is good to see that you're alright." Yes.
Yes, I'm glad I was able to find you.
He nods. But yes, more onto the issue at hand. If that is true, then it means that there's potential of a Memorem lab attack in the area. He kind of like closes his eyes, kind of leaning in onto his hands a bit, thinking. Velka kind of looks over. This is the she says, Sir Sheen, not Sir Sheen, she would say, God, what is there's a term that they use for their leader. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'm just gonna say Sheen. Sheen, I told you that this might be a possibility. That is why that is why I had the instructions for the auxiliary set-off switch. We should be fine. He's like, yes, but kind of thinks. What if? She kind of looks over. What if what? Are you she kind of says, I told you that suggestion once. She kind of stops herself for a moment, and she looks over at you, but then looks over at Sheen, and he kind of like nods to her, kind of like to continue, and she will nod. I understand your concern with the armored knights, but if we do not have that technology with us, I cannot promise that your safety and some of the other officials will be able to be kept. I understand that you're concerned of they're an unorthodox technology. I understand you do not know much of them. But it is something that we can depend on in this way. If there's a problem that arises, we can shut them off. He kind of looks over at Sheen. Sheen kind of thinks.
But what if there's a problem that arises and they shut them off?
Sheen nods. That is true. She kind of looks over at you and says, "Then all the more reason to still bring them. If they shut them off, then we will not be sorry. If they shut them off, we will be without them. Fine. But if they don't shut them off and we need them, then we will be out on our asses without any potential mechanized support."
We should still bring them. I'm just very concerned about what they are capable of.
Machine kind of looks over, and he kind of thinks,
Where? Wait, am I? Oh, no, I'm not. Where am? Where's me and
"Oh, you guys are back
everyone
at the
else?
hotel. You're nowhere near them right now.
Okay.
It's just these three in an alley right now in one of the districts of.
Why are they in the alley?
Why are they in the alley? Because it's easy to talk and what they're talking about, not out in the open in the middle of the walkway. Relka will think for a moment. She'll say, if you're worried about the fact that if you're worried about vetting, I can assure you my soldiers have been properly vetted. They are trusted. They are well. They will not betray Memorem. He nods and says, "I trust you." What of the ones aboard the vessels? And so she kind of thinks. Our vetting process has been stringent. However, she kind of thinks. I would imagine that we at least have an 80% chance. We have at least an 80% belief that there are no auxiliary forces mingled within our current force. We have a system in place just in case that something were to happen. We could quell it quite quickly. That kind of things. Even if that's the case, I do not wish for more blood to be spilled needlessly. Do you have a list of suspicious actors?
Yeah.
She kind of thinks, yes. I'll provide. She kind of says, it is the one same. Or she would say it is unupdated from the one I provided to you earlier on our travels. And then nods. Okay. So there are no new. He kind of nods. Says there are no new individuals then. All right, that is good. He looks over at you, Pawnee. Have you encountered any potential concerns among our forces?
Not that I can exactly put my finger on. I'm concerned that someone is going to try to make a statement with the attack. I don't necessarily know if they have the strength to necessarily target everyone, but I don't believe it would be within your forces. It could be people. Could be people that are. Why is my brain's buffering so bad? It could be people that either of us have known in the past. I don't believe there's someone that's specifically on your forces right now, but I'm not 100% sure.
Relka kind of thinks, you mean a new force is what you're saying? Someone that would be arriving later? Someone that would be arriving later. Is that what you're suggesting?
Can I roll recollection?
Yes.
For
what are you trying to recollect?
The conversation, last conversation that where we discussed all of it, like with Patricia and Nico, and even stuff else discussed with Kites.
Feel free. Also, any particular thing you are needing a memory, words. You're trying to remember about that conversation?
I'm trying to remember if we nailed down exactly who was going to.
Not exactly, but you have a good idea of who you think is involved.
Wait, I also have an idea, but like I don't remember if it's correct or not. In order to know if it's correct before I say it.
Yeah, well, go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't want to read from the wall.
I would say you have a few names to pick from, as in like there was a name that was mentioned by Titus.
Me?
I don't remember that name. I rolled a 17.
17? Okay. The name specifically that Titus mentioned was Neil. Outside of that, though, name for like an organization, that's a bit rougher. It's not that the name of the organization hasn't been mentioned, it's just never been referred to by this name. You do know, however, that it's possibly some Memorem cell of some kind. This is not really new information, as in like you encountered this information already. But
Is it
yes,
potentially the person that Isheen no longer speaks to, that he used to have ties with? Is that something that was discussed?
the person that he no longer speaks to. Which person are you referring to?
Uh, back when Isheen was like talking about his past.
Oh, you mean his old
like,
friend?
look.
That one.
Yes.
Yes. That's a person that's worth considering, but that person's also presumed dead at the moment.
Presumed.
I was specifically pointed with how I said that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was a person that did come up. You are correct.
Relay to Isheen that I am concerned that it could be someone from Memorem that is trying to make a statement. And also that Titus mentioned that I won't bring up the other hypothesis.
Okay. Would you bring up the Neil name, though?
Yes.
Okay. When you say
It's
that,
like or
go sorry.
I'll say like or Neil. Like I'm not.
Yes.
Apani is not 100%.
When you say that name, Relka she kind of murmurs for under her breath something, and she kind of looks over at Shane and says, she says, Mike, I told you I believed that they could be involved. I thought that something was odd about that change. He kind of nods to her and says, yes, I am aware, yes. But we still do not know who did it outside of we know that it was one of the other leaders. She nods. My investigation, she just says, my investigation has not shown yet who it was. He just nods and says, be that as it may, it does mean that the remnants of the Silver Lotus might still be in play. She nods. She'll look over to you. Pawnee, is that correct?
Yes.
One of the members of your group, Titus, I believe.
Yes.
He's a former member of this group. We know that for sure. I am not saying this I am saying this with intent, and I need you to be 100% honest with me.
Okay.
Do you trust Titus Crow?
Yes.
Do you believe
Oh,
that you
what?
can work at all with the Silver Lotus? The remnants of them.
No, I don't think you would work with them. I do think potentially if we needed to dig in deeper, I think he would do well at going undercover though.
She kind of looks over at Isheen. Isheen kind of thinks for a moment. He nods to her. And it seems like her shoulders were a little bit kind of like stiffer, but when he kind of nods to her, she just kind of... You notice her posture shifts to be a little bit more softer. She kind of just... Alright then. At least that's a concern we don't have to have at the moment. That being said, even if Titus is trustworthy, there's a potential concern that... She kind of thinks. If that is true, if Neil is alive, confirmed, or potentially, Isheen murmurs, that means the others could also be.
Yes. Well, there are many people who are presumed dead who aren't actually dead.
Velka kind of looks at him. Even more with the reason now that what Apani has just told us, I believe it might be prudent of us. She kind of thinks. She looks over at you, and there's something you can tell she wants to say, but she is kind of holding herself from saying it.
You can just say it.
She
There's less question, I just thought to say it.
She will look over to Isheen, and Isheen will nod to her. I believe that it would be in the best interest of all parties if Titus Crow was taken off of this operation.
Damn.
Why?
She kind of thinks. I do not want his personal situation to get in the way of the operation. And if difficult decisions have to be made, this is not a time where we can have hesitation.
I don't think his person is right.
This is also a situation where we cannot have personal vendettas getting in the way of things.
Fair. But whoever is targeting most likely has a personal vendetta to someone who will actually abuse it.
All the more reason.
This whole thing is. Oh, I mean.
I'll Titus, you're not here.
Yeah, this is
I know, it's painful.
the spirit of a bird.
True. tweet. Yeah. But yeah, she kind of continues and she'll say, even all the more reason then, if Titus, as you say, is someone that can be trusted, if he is a potential target of this group, and he has information that could be assisting us, all the more reason for him to not be directly out here. Isheen kind of thinks. Go ahead.
With Titus about this.
Isheen nods.
Titus is
I believe that would be the
quite
proper thing as well. She kind of
quite a genuine person, but I don't think he would approve of me making decisions about if he will or will not participate without discussing it with him.
Raka kind of looks over. I would strongly recommend not against this, Isheen. He kind of looks at her and he says, I will speak with him myself.
I have no issue with him being a part of this investigation.
Raka kind
It would be beneficial, but we can all discuss it.
Isheen kind of looks over. I understand your lack of trust of Titus, especially with your personal. She kind of looks. It has nothing to do with that. I understand. I believe that it is proper that I speak with him myself. She kind of looks over. Yes, sir.
I can vouch for his character. I have been working with him on this team for over a week. If he wanted to see some more people, I don't know. Anyone person.
You cut out a
Not,
little bit during that, Pawnee.
oh, I was gonna say, if you wanted specifically to attack level 1 people, you would have done so a long time ago. He's quite a genuine person.
Is
He
she?
does in fact care. He doesn't like to show it though, but he does care. A bit standoffish at times, but genuine.
Roka kind of looks over at you when you say, as you say this, and she kind of, you can tell she's thinking, but she's not saying anything. Genuine, you say. Interesting words to describe that, man. Regardless, I will do our surveys as as I instructed you that we should around the area. We don't need any more incidents like what happened earlier. He kind of nods. Yes, that would be fine. She'll look over to you. Can I trust you to escort Master Sheen back to the hotel? She's looking at you, Pawnee. Oh, the Pawnee there? Uh-oh. Am I DCing? I am.
Oh,
you
you
can't hear me?
Ah, I DC'd for a moment.
Y'all hear me?
Oh shit.
No, it wasn't.
That's
It
great.
wasn't you
We can
guys.
hear
It was
you.
me. It was me. Sorry.
Oh.
I assume you did say something after I said that. Can I trust you
Yes.
to? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can escort Ashin. You can trust me to do so. But before you go, can I ask what you meant by that was an interesting way to describe Titus?
She kind of thinks as she's about to she looked like she was about to leave, but she kind of stops and looks back. Her ear kind of perks up to the thought.
You're not going to offend me.
She kind of says, I assure you, my concern is not offense. He is a man with a checkered past. One that has taken much from many Memorems, but also given some in some ways. A man that led a group that was notoriously known for several unsavory trades. Though did start to shift towards the end. It's peculiar. Did you say something? It sounded like someone think.
He says,
Me?
how
No.
much do you know about the trades with the straight bit?
You say, how much did you know about the trades?
Yes.
More than you know.
How do you know?
Roll me a... Huh.
Is that a misdirect?
No,
Well,
not
Connie
really.
clearly
It's
does.
not a
Connie's
misdirect
fine.
because you're not really lying about anything. You're asking a question. It's either going to be a charm or it's going to be a logic, I feel. I'll let you roll either one. I'm not really sure sympathy because I haven't really heard anything you've said that sounds like in a sympathetic manner you're trying to convince them to say something. It sounds like more of just like a... Yeah, I'd say a charm or a logic. Probably more charm, if anything.
Okay. I won't show. I got this in bag. You better not give me that one. I'm gonna be so mad.
Don't say that.
Well, that's not that one. It's a 3, but hey, you got a really high plus to it, so 12.
Yep.
She will
Can I say something else to try to convince her?
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
I think Apani would say, I know a lot about him. I'm just curious about what you know about him.
She will just say...
That gives you a chance to roll again?
I would say it wouldn't give you a chance to roll again, but it adds a hidden plus.
Okay.
That's what her thing is, as I go and check the doc. She will say, I know enough about him to be weary. But she looks over at Sheen and then looks at you. It seems that others believe that there is change in this man.
Yes. I mean, I believe there's change in this man because I've seen it. We all have a past, but there's what we currently do and what we continue to do that speaks more about us than necessarily our past. I don't hold everyone's transgressions against them.
Sheen nods to that and kind of looks over at her. And she looks at Sheen kind of in the eyes and just... nods. I guess that is fair. And then she will leave.
Where'd that go?
She will not answer. She will not divulge more, but yes, she will leave, just saying
Okay. Above board, Titus, are you surprised that Apani vouched for your character?
that. Titus?
Me?
Titus.
Wait, what happened?
Yes, are you surprised that Apani vouched for your character above board?
Kind of. I mean, not
I'm not
necessarily,
Just
but I
surprised.
like
know Titus.
Apani just like
Throughout everything that happened,
perceives you as cold.
Titus maybe kind of would be surprised that you vouched for him that much.
Yeah.
Maybe not exactly that you did vouch for him because that shit.
Right, but just the insistence, yeah.
Damn it. Oh,
Especially the
I suppose-
insistence on the fact that he's a changed person or like a genuine person. That's the big one for me that I noted.
Trustworthy.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the way Apani perceives Titus.
Big
It's
britches
not-
to fill, Titus. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, don't fuck it up. Apani
I
will
don't
stab
see
you.
how I could.
Shane, as he's walking with you, Apani, he will kind of remark, he will nod and just say, "You are very wise for your age, Miss Apani."
Thank you.
He kind of thanks. Yes, we all do have checkered many of us do have checkered past, but it is how we live too that matters the most. He kind of thanks.
We all have some things that we not like looking back on, that we may feel guilty for, made mistakes, poor choices. But if we continue to do those things, that speaks volumes about us. If we change and actively choose to make a better decision, that is what's most important.
He nods. Yes, it reminds me of something I said to a friend once. It is how we choose to deal with adversity that makes us who we are.
Yeah. That's true.
You can, as he's saying that, you can see a couple of people kind of, a couple of Memorens, like you can see run by, not seeming to pay you guys too much attention. They kind of notice like a Sheen and like wave over, kind of smiling and like keep going. Seems like they're heading off to like a shop or something, or like a store, or not a store, like a restaurant or something. You can see them like going into a building where there's people eating and stuff. And he just waves and smiles to them.
Apani is slightly suspicious because they
He said Apani's slightly suspicious of what?
because they ran. Like they ran by. But like Apani does not say anything.
Yeah.
Apani does keep her hand cannon loaded.
Yep, that's fair.
Arm cannon.
How obvious, I should say, are you like tense, so to speak, out of curiosity?
Apani is trying her hardest to maintain a completely neutral demeanor.
Let me roll something. What's this?
Do I need to roll?
Roll me a what would this be? I'm trying to think. A calm check. I'm trying to think what's the best thing. Roll me an instinctual, please. And roll me an instinctual.
Damn, not instinctual.
I think you only need to beat a 14.
Damn. Apani rolled another 12.
Any pluses?
That's with the plus.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
Shane, as he has his hands like in his sleeves, as he's walking, he'll kind of look over and say, "Miss Apani, you seem to be quite tense. Is everything all right? I can assure you that she kind of looks to the sides and like motion and seeing like all the people and stuff like kind of walking around doing stuff. This is a place that you can be relatively calm.
You're right, but
might be a bit.
Never know.
I guess that is fair. I guess it is
There's always someone.
difficult for me. I try not to view you guys as. No, your concern is warranted. I guess it is just. He looks off to like the side of the people and stuff. It is difficulty to recognize my own as potential threats. I try not to think of that anymore. but you are right.
These people are.
A threat can come from anywhere.
These people are that are here are not much of a concern when I see, but they get a bit tense when someone.
He nods. And he says, yes, you are right. And outside of them, there are others that we must keep our eyes on here. He says that as you guys are getting towards the other, like the more like directly stone-walled part of town. As you can see, there's some Consortium control guards that kind of are looking over, see you. A few of them just kind of like shake their, like they don't seem to like mind you. They just kind of like nod, seeing that who you are, and they have a guild symbol, and they recognize Asheen, and they just kind of like continue on their work. One of them approaches, like checks in to make sure who you are, and then like let you in to the the mainer part of the city. But there is what's your roll me an inspection.
Okay. Need like a good roll. I keep rolling mediocre.
I believe in you. You got a good inspection.
Dude, I have a 14.
Actually, believe it or not, that's just enough.
Hmm.
You, as you're kind of looking at them, like some of the people talking and things like that, and kind of your guard's already a little bit up, so you're kind of a lot more aware of the situations and stuff around you. There's something oddly you notice on a few of them. There's a few of like the Consortium control guard people. Should just say control guard or the CCG. You see a few of them that are kind of giving you and Isheen a kind of look. It's just a weird side eye you notice for a moment. Like their gaze wanders slightly longer than you'd expect for just a passing look. And as they turn and kind of keep going, like, doing whatever they're doing, you notice just a tinge of it on like one of the back of their necks, or like on the shoulder of one of them that's exposed, or like the bicep, one of them's exposed, a red hawk symbol.
Can I roll to find out more about the Red Hawk symbol?
I'm surprised you don't remember offhand. But yes, go ahead and roll me a knowledge, local, regal, or a recollection.
Okay. I do remember a bit offhand. I would like to know.
It doesn't hurt to get a once over. This is why the notes are important. Oh,
The 1d2.
wait, that wasn't
not a 1d20.
Reroll it. Yeah, it's like wait a second, that doesn't look right.
What even is a 1d2? Okay.
Basically a coin flip. Or an even odd. Wow, that's crazy. I don't have the Discord chat pot viewer up to see, but for those that are not watching, that are on the they're just seeing the screen. Apani rolled a 1d2 and rolled a 1, and then the second time they rolled a d20 and they rolled a 1 as well. So
Come on, please. Why did you
remember? You know, it makes just there's so much stuff happening right now. You're trying to make sure Sheen's like safe. You don't want to be rude by being presumptuous about his people in this area, being like that they're a threat. So you're thinking about that. You're also like, trying to make sure no Consortium weirdness happens, and you get the information right, so they don't have like a weird situation at the crossing right here. It escapes your mind at the moment. I mean, I'd say you can remember this, but like, yeah, you don't really think about like much from what you can remember at the moment as you continue on.
So does it mean the party continues on?
Yes.
Being suspicious but not remembering why, or not?
Well, no, you're still suspicious. It's just you don't know, like, if you're suspicious of seeing that, you don't remember what that symbol signifies or why it matters, but you'd still keep whatever suspicion you had, if you had any before, if you didn't.
Apani
Up to you.
psychically tells Asheen. Don't remember why, but something about that symbol in the neck.
He just nods. He doesn't say anything, but he just nods to you as you're saying that. As you all.
But realistically,
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I
was
didn't
gonna
realize
say.
you were saying something. I apologize.
Oh no, you're fine. I forgot to say I was psychically communicating.
No, you did. You said you were psychically communicating. That's why he only nodded, but he didn't say anything back.
But realistically, I suppose the people of the biggest risk are the ones that you don't see, not the ones that are living, walking by. An acronym.
Oh.
But as you guys are walking back to the hotel, cutting back to the hotel room where Titus, Emiko, and Latricia currently are.
Yeah.
And I should describe your room. It's like one of those like apartment area. It's kind of like not really apartment. It's like there's a loft or living room kind of area, and like kind of I guess you could say like small little like cabinet storage area. And then there's a bunch of smaller bedrooms connected to it, like 4 smaller bedrooms connected to the main loft.
Quick thing.
Yes.
Something. Imako probably like scrounge on the room like basically like a goddamn house cat, checking for something like little bug stuff.
Yep.
You know,
I'm
Roll me an
sort of
inspection, Emiko.
just gathering shit.
And also Titus, you were gonna what? Sorry.
I said I'm just gathering shit to get ready to go out.
All right. Latricia kind of looks at you, looks you over, and just kind of says, "Titus, what are you doing?"
I'm just gonna step out for a while.
yeah,
A little walk.
go out without me. Yeah,
What? Do you wanna come
over
with?
here. Why? Why? With your like little friend like probably involved in this, I gotta also have to help.
Latricia says it is probably a good idea. If we're going out, people should be in should be in pairs or groups.
Yes. Yeah. Also,
You're a little bit quiet, Pepper, by the way.
hold on. Hello?
I think I hear you better now.
Yep.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
I was about to say, yeah, while you do that, can you guys help me find some bugs, anything? Like, not actual bugs, but more like tracking device, maybe something.
Oh.
Latricia nods.
I do a little looky loo.
Yep. Go ahead and roll an inspection. Pepper didn't. Emiko did not really need the help that she was asking for, but
No, she doesn't even.
Never hurts to ask. I will say so. Yes, you look around the room pretty stringently, trying to find anything of note that seems like it would be tripped up, bugged, etc. Anything
Got a
that looks
17 anyway.
Yeah, anything that looks slightly off. It actually kind of seems like there's nothing odd about the room. At least like odd in the sense that there's something like there's no traps or there's nothing like in the room that seems out of place or unorthodoxly centered. You don't see any bugs. You don't see any like tracking devices or anything like that. You think that you're probably good. You're pretty safe at the moment.
At the moment, you say.
Yes, well, I'm giving you the current status of things. That it could change. I'm just saying at the moment it seems safe.
I mean, I got that net 20. Isn't that like anything that's out of the ordinary, even if it's no listening device name?
No, I mean it seems like a pretty standard room. You don't think that there's anything out of the ordinary in this room? As in like what you'd expect. You can kind of look down the hall too, and like look in the rooms that might be getting cleaned or something like that, and see if there's any other rooms that seem like they have relatively the same stuff. And yeah, it looks like, for lack of a better term, nothing has been intentionally, it seems like, messed with or jostled that would not be normally like that.
As she like gets down from the ceiling, like looking at the lights.
Mm-hmm.
She flipped the chair. A couple of like saboteurs and sabotage places.
Patricia says that's only if they're intending to bug this place. There's no guarantee that they need to.
Yeah. Is there a window or balcony or something?
Yes, there is. It is towards the
Okay.
edge. It's like if I had to imagine like the room, if you want to think of it, like when you enter in the door, it goes, shows like kind of like the storage little area, the loft area. I guess you'd say like a mild like kitchen probably, and then it extends straight out like a rectangle, like a rectangle. I was gonna say rectangular prism, but like a rectangle forward, and then there's like a large balcony area at the end of that, and then to the left side is where the doors to the 4 rooms are. So you could, if you just go straight back, basically, you would be able to get out, go to the
Okay.
door to go to the balcony.
Yeah, I do that, and I
Mhm.
want to just take a little gander outside.
You guys have a very good look of most of the city. Like I said, you're kind of on the side of a hill that seems to be distended up. They kind of go, the back of it goes down into the valley below. This is actually kind of a weirdly jutted out hill. Maybe might be man-made, as in like they might have like fashioned this hill or dug this hill to overlook this area. You can see to the north of you, I guess from your position in the east, it would be directly straight ahead. You would see the city center and stuff like that. A little bit to like the left or the south, you would see there's the docks and stuff like that. And then towards the north, you would see that there is like the kind of maybe upper crust area, kind of going towards the back ravine area too, towards the ridge. You can see there's a lot of like these larger buildings and stuff like that. Not really like high rise as much as this, more like 4 or 5 story buildings,
Mhm.
but they seem a lot more nicer and well built comparably to some of the other buildings you see in like the general area in the city. Not that the city looks bad or anything, just you can tell it looks a little bit more classy. And then also in the north, there is the summit where there's like a large kind of strip where there's this nice kind of park, and then there's the large summit building or theater kind of building, where you can see that the armored knights and other
Okay.
things are still flying around and doing stuff in.
Okay,
Demon
cool.
will probably get up on top of the balcony, which they look at it.
Just to see, staring at that. You say it was a cathedral or a theater?
It's like a theater. It's where the summit's gonna be, but yeah, it's like a theater building. It looks like it probably could service multi-purpose for multiple things, like a giant meeting
Okay.
room, meeting room, event hall, theater, stuff like that. There's like a large park kind of wrapped around it, and like a large descended area of like more just like treated grass and things like that. Yeah,
Okay.
a couple of pathways that lead
I
around
turn
it,
over
but yeah.
and like lean my back towards the balcony and look at Emiko.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
You're the one who wants to like carry me? Yeah, be my guest.
All right then. I lean back and just kind of split fall off of the balcony and
Oh yeah.
walk on the street.
Hmm.
Like at the very least, the front
Yeah,
of the
the building, yeah.
hotel.
Hmm. Before I go with like Titus, I look to Trish. So,
I'm gonna try
let's
to
see.
get in contact with Ashishka and get her up to date with everything. You both just
Yeah.
whatever you're doing, just be safe, all right? And she'll give you a little kiss on the cheek.
Hey, you be safe too, big girl. And she gives you a kiss. Well, and then she grabbed onto Titus. Yep.
All right. So Titus, you'll with the Himeko, I guess, kind of like grabbed onto your waist or whatever, kind of flapped down.
Great.
Yeah. So where are y'all going?
I get to step in.
I'm gonna need an inspection check, of course.
Slow walk
But where you want to go?
to the summit.
All right, so you're going back to the summit area where you were earlier. It's now. I should clarify.
Yeah,
It is
just-
now evening. It's no longer midday. It is now getting like mid-evening.
Is it dark out?
It's
Dark.
not fully dark, but it's like dusk. Like you can see the sun is setting.
Okay. Well, in that
apparently.
case, then I'll wait a bit. I'll just
Okay.
go into the.
Just in the area,
go,
but
like,
not into
into
the
the,
summit area specifically.
I think I would like to make a.
Okay.
I'll just walk into the city rather.
Okay, just walking
And
around
I'll
the
roll
city.
an awareness too.
It seems like, despite the fact that like, uh, well, while there's not like that cutoff area anymore where like they were having like the parades around like the city at the moment, it seems like that's kind of stopped for the day. There is a lot of different
19.
groups of people. Like you can see congregating around the city. You can see some Orok Bane groups that are drinking
Mm-hmm.
or that are eating at this establishment where it has like this large balcony you can see extended out that you can see people like fly up to, land on, and then check in. Seems like just like a maybe not a super high class restaurant, but just a nice restaurant people are eating at. You can see people from different groups
Mm-hmm.
there, but mostly Orok people or people that can fly. Seems like the establishment might have some kind of Orok lineage or Orok vein kind of cultural significance, so that might be why they're all here. Um, you can see that there is a few other people that are like walking the town. It's differently from the different groups, just kind of looking at the different sites and stuff to see. The control guard is out and about, very much keeping an eye on things. Like it's very noticeable that there's a intense amount of guard detail in the city. But for the most part, while it can feel a bit maybe stuffy for you, it doesn't seem like the people here seem to be super bothered by it much. At least if they are, it's not being as apparent as you'd expect it to be. So, and that was a what, an 11 for an awareness. You don't know as you're kind of looking around. That was Imiko, I believe, that rolled that awareness.
Okay.
As you're kind of looking around, Imiko, nothing. I mean, you just noticed some of the same things I mentioned there. You see that there's maybe a group of. At one point, you see like a group of Tide Pack soldiers and not Marless, Mariners, kind of like they seem to be arguing about something, and then there's a moment where it looks like there might be a little fight or argument that ensues, and before it gets too bad, someone comes over and kind of breaks it up. It looks like maybe two commanding officers of each, and they just kind of like separate. Past that, you see there's some. You can see there's some control guard that seem to be drunkenly like walking around the town. Uh, they probably are off duty based on how inebriated they are, but they just don't seem to be caring about what shit they're doing. They're kind of like walking into things and stuff like that. There's a few Lapsian people that look a little bit like ew. And then there's a couple people from other groups that look a little bit like, yeah, this is what I expected of the control guard. Like, it just, I wouldn't say that it's anything you see that's bad. It's just kind of like town shenanigans, you know?
Yeah.
But nothing points to, I should say nothing sticks out to you outside of that. With that check, I should say.
I think she would probably like look around. Big city, kind of underwhelming.
Titus.
Sorry.
That's alright. Oh, so Imiko, there was a little bit of cutting out there a little bit, but I think we heard mostly what you said about it seems a little boring. But
yeah, it seems a little boring. Sorry.
Oh yeah. They do. I'm gonna run a soul sensing, see if I can find, or see if I can. I don't know if Machine or Punny are close by. Would they be yet?
they would not be in the sector of the town you're in. You guys are in completely different parts now. They're probably back at the hotel now. You guys are far enough for that it would not be. They wouldn't be able to like mentally link to you and stuff. So.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do soul sensing anyway.
Alright, go ahead and do a soul sensing.
19.
Yeah, I think 19, nice.
We'll say this will take you from basically that mid dusk to basically it is night. Getting around, I'd say it'd probably get around for where you're searching and how long you're probably searching. Actually, that's a good question. How long are you? How long are you going to be searching for? At minimum, it has to be an hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be like at least a solid 2 while I'm out and about circling the market, and
Okay.
then
And then you want to do a little bit
I'm
at the
just
actual
gonna.
place itself, the summit.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we'll do the first part real quick with the check that because there's gonna be 2 different checks. So,
Okay.
go ahead and roll me a soul
The first one
sensing,
was 19.
and then roll me an inspection, Emiko. Unless you want to do a soul sensing as well.
Yeah, I think I'll
Yeah.
do it so soon.
You got to choose one or the other though.
Jesus.
Oh wait, inspection. Yes.
24.
Your first one was 19, and your second one was what now?
24.
24. Okay.
That'd be a 10 for me.
Was that in the chat, or was that where was that? I didn't see it.
Me? I
Yes.
used my dice.
Ah, okay.
Oh, it's
Remember the chat or the Roll20 thing? I need to
I
get I need to get the Discord thing working so that I can actually have it on the screen of the recording, but I just am scared about having the Discord one working and then accidentally tabbing over on the wrong Discord page. That's all I'll say.
oh no. Oh, it's poor.
In any case, all fun and games aside. So we got a 19 for your soul sensing, and then we had a 10. That was your inspection, Emiko, right? The 10. No.
Unfortunate.
Oh yes, you said.
Huh?
Sorry, I couldn't
Wow.
hear you. So.
That was me. Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's not gonna be a lot with you, Emiko, but Titus 19. There is some things you're gonna get. That you might
Yeah.
Oh.
not get a. It might not be anything you're really looking for, but there's some things you're gonna sense out. So,
Yeah.
generally speaking, there is a sizable chunk of people around. Obviously, you're in a city, and you're not really in like, at least in this market area, there's a lot of different people. And even though it's later at night, it's still somewhat like active. It's definitely winding down, but it's still active, right?
Okay.
You'll be sensing a lot of like common people going around, various different creatures and energy types going around. You notice an interesting, ironically one. You notice an odd like causal-based signal at some point in the crowds,
Oh.
but it just starts to dissipate after a while and then kind of shrink to the point where you can't sense it anymore.
I give a look at it when I sense it, and then
No,
just go back to
and then just
walking.
go back to okay. Outside of that though, especially as you're walking the markets, and you see like the various restaurants where there's different groups of like the people's militaries here, or guard detail here, you sense some more stronger notable signatures. People probably that either don't know how to hide their soul energy, or people that are kind of like you were doing earlier, just kind of brandishing it out. You can sense a lot of those people. Of varying amounts.
Okay.
Some of them on comparable levels with you'd say. A lot of them being weaker, but definitely some notable ones within the bunch. They seem to be probably like whatever you notice kind of like more of the leaders of these groups seem to be, kind of closer to you guys' level. If not a little bit higher, but and then actually, I would say there is one signature you notice out of the bunch that is a lot more, it's with a 19. It's notable, but it's reason why it's notable is you can tell that somebody is kind of like holding their energy back a little bit. Maybe it's just kind of like slightly, it's not as you feel like they're probably just having a little bit of a struggle with holding it back, but there is like a notable difference between like a strong energy that's just kind of pronounced and one that's just waned down or weakened down. It's at one of the bars, and you notice they are another energy also that you recognize. It's Brew's energy.
Oh.
That seems to be near it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm gonna conceal mine and then just go
into the bar. You see
over there casual.
All right.
So
Emiko, you see Titus. I assume you're gonna follow Titus, but yeah, he just goes into.
I'm assuming I'm following, but also I think I will also stealth it.
Okay, roll stealth. Titus, I assume you're just going in, hood up.
Yeah, hood up.
I mean, the horns kind of poke through, but still, like your hood's still up, so you just kind of walk in.
Yeah.
You can see the bar is decently lively. It's not like a huge like fucking Buccaneers brawl inside or anything like that. It's a very like it seems like a modest establishment that's somewhat like that's probably averagely filled. It could probably take a lot more people in here. It's okay. It's somewhat lively, but it's not too loud. There's a lot of discussions you can see going along. You can see some adventurers that seem like they're probably not necessarily. They're probably like either guild teams or just random nomad adventurers. You don't see any control guard necessarily around. Like there may be one or person outside that seems like they might be like looking in, making sure things are all right. But they're not really like in here in abundance. You see a couple forge masters drinking and having some fun. And then you see also a few Memorens, which seem to be some of the Memoran soldiers you saw on the ships. They seem to be also drinking different things and talking to each other. And then at the bar, there's a few different people. Some guild team adventurers. And then you see what looks to be Brew and another person that is... Let me see. Who is this? I gotta check to make sure I know who it is. Nope, that's not my notes. Okay. Peru and... Is that them? Wait, let me check something real quick. I guess so, yeah. I guess you would kind of recognize who this is then.
I would?
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I mean, yes, but I don't know if you really sensed them before, but yeah. At the bar, you can see the long kind of dark, I think they have, they have green eyes, I know that. And I think they have like kind of light green with black tipped hair, with the little fox ears poking out. This is Roka. They seem to be not necessarily wearing their like military gear that you normally see them wearing. They're just wearing like some casual Memorem gear. And they're just sitting.
I'll use that as an excuse to not recognize them.
Yeah. But yeah, as you're like kind of walking in, you can see like their silhouette from behind as Brew and them seem to be talking about something. It's hard to hear because again, it's not super loud, but you need to get closer because there's multiple conversations happening around the building.
Yeah. I make an awareness. Yeah.
I was about to say the same or ask the same thing, but
Yes.
if you're doing it, I'll wait and see if you get a shittier roll.
Go ahead.
I think I'll probably like get in close, but not probably near a couple of people I
I'm
talk
walking
to.
up. Not immediately, but I'm like slowly going up there.
Yep.
Like holding up a hand, like hold on.
Not gonna just run up there, but I'm gonna
I
make my way towards. I mean, honestly, it's Brew. He probably already knows we're here.
Oh, let's just see.
It's gonna be weird. Just staring at him. What you get?
A 10.
A 10.
You got a 10.
A 10.
Okay.
You might want to roll just in case. I mean, I'm not saying anything that fine.
Yeah,
I'm just saying you might.
I'm gonna roll. I'm just gonna roll.
Please roll good.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Yeah.
What's my plus again? Oh, I got a 15.
Alright, that's not too bad. Alright.
Not too bad.
So.
Yeah, just awareness while I walk towards him. Mom!
Let's see real quick. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Again, the same stuff that was described to you before. You notice about the same. Bruce seems to be drinking a drink you haven't seen him drink before. At least not... Yeah, probably not, actually. Seems to be some type of ale of some kind. Notably darker and richer, maybe, than normal. Probably a little bit more heavy-hitting, too. And you can see that Relka seems to be drinking something a little bit more They seem to be drinking something similar, but you can tell it's not the same drink. The Brews is kind of like a bit more of a brown. Theirs seems to be a bit more red for some reason. And they just are talking casually, and as you're zeroing in and getting a little closer, you can hear Brew kind of mentions like, it's been a rough one, hasn't it? You still holding up well? And she kind of nods. Yes, I'm doing all right. It's been a while since we've actually sat down and talked, though. Yana says, yeah, it has. She kind of nods. Yep, since you left them. He kind of just... There's a little bit of a shift in his posture. Yeah. Yeah, it has been a long time since then. It has. She kind of looks.
I think at this point.
And as she says, "Did you?" and then she kind of stops, and like her ear flutters as you and Emiko are getting closer, and she like looks back. Huh? Some of your team's here. And he kind of looks.
Hey,
I mean, I'm still stealth.
Oh, I know you're still stuff. Yeah,
Motherfucker.
she is.
Caught you.
Let me check something real quick. All right. Wow, that's kind of funny, actually. That. Well, yeah, it's funny.
Who's that?
I guess
Who is
he's off
that
his
for?
game. Brew, because Brew didn't notice you. But,
Oh, Brew didn't notice.
well, he didn't
Wow.
notice Emiko, but she did.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so funny.
So,
Oh, that's funny. That's 16 too.
But she kind of looks over. Yes, your friends seem to be. Your allies seem to be here, and he'll kind of like. He doesn't seem to react much. He just kind of like keeps looking forward.
Guess the jig is up, huh?
I go up to him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I was wondering where you went. Kind of vanished.
Whatever happened to you anyway?
I went to go check on some things. Nothing much. He kind of like shakes his head a bit. Figured I'd get a drink before tomorrow.
You are, I say as I look at her, and I'm just like, wait a minute.
Wait, you don't remember her? Oh.
She kind of looks over. Yes. Well,
I don't know how that happened.
it says, I'm not exactly wearing my normal military gear, if that's what you mean.
This is
Makes sense.
she introduced you as Welker. Welker.
I think we've met.
Yeah.
She's looking at you a bit, by the way, Titus, and she's just. She's got a very noticeably piercing gaze, but she just kind of like, yes, I know Titus Rose.
Well, a lot of people from Memorem do.
Mm-hmm. Though I hear that Titus Crow was believed to be dead.
Oh, I thought I left again. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Crazy how things turn up, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy indeed. Kind of thanks. Well, in any case, we can have our conversation later, bro. She kind of looks over. Brew kind of just nods. Yeah, after...
I don't want to talk about your conversation. You won't know that we're here.
She kind of just... she just kind of gives, like, Emiko, she just gives you a wink and just says, no. It's a little personal for him.
Yeah, she gives you a smile too.
Oh, wow.
See you tomorrow, bro.
That just kind of looks...
Or actually, she would say, She would probably say she wouldn't probably say brew. She would say see you tomorrow, Thomas.
That's when I look at them. I look at Brew like, what did she just say?
You gotta looks over. Yeah. Other name.
So that's your name?
Oh, Thomas Caleb. Yes.
That's hilarious. You know, I never even thought to ask. I just kind of accepted Brew.
It was a nickname, or I guess you could say call sign. I told you that a while ago, didn't I?
You did. Pretty apt one, honestly. I take a seat next to him and just kind of look out at the gathering, not really facing the bar.
I take a seat as well next to Relka.
How are you feeling about tomorrow?
He kind of thinks it's going to be something.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a little more than something.
He kind of looks over.
I bet.
I'm actually kind of glad I ran into you.
Why's that?
Well, I know you've probably done some digging on your own, so I don't know how much you know, but knowing you, if you did know, you're not the type to confront me about it outright. So I might as well tell you just in case you don't. The guys that attacked us and kidnapped or killed Dorian, the third party that we've been essentially paranoid about this whole, like, the past couple months. Part of their people were from my old team in the Silver Lotus.
Kind of. There's. Roll me a mood, both of you.
Mhm.
Actually, or you can roll
Okay.
it, or yeah, no, go ahead and roll it to me. I'm not gonna make you use your passive. Go ahead and roll.
Yeah, sure. Why? Like that, guy. Please. Okay.
Roll it up.
19. I think. Is my mood a 1 or a 2?
It's based off of astuteness. If you don't have anything in it.
I think it's the 1 then. I do. It is the 1. Yeah.
Okay, so 19. All right.
Okay, 23.
All right. Both of you are able. I would say both of you can tell. There's no real reaction from Brew when you tell him that. Like, he doesn't seem to be phased much by you admitting this. Whether that means he knew already or whether that means it's just like it's not something that would phase him, you're not really sure. But just something to know.
Okay.
I mean, like, it could be like he's processing it really slowly.
That as well could be that.
Or he's knowing it.
But he doesn't seem to say anything initially as you kind of say that. He takes a swig of his drink. What are you gonna do?
Same thing we always do. Stop him.
Do whatever I have to.
He gives you a look, even if that means killing them.
Or arresting
Titus
them.
kind of
Jesse.
looks down, not really answering.
Hey,
And
if
Emiko
it's
said,
any
what was
better,
that, Emiko?
Oh shit! Am I bugging out?
You were bugging out a bit, but I
No.
think you said arresting them. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Or arresting them, like she's looking at time. Or arresting them if you want, because it's your friends, flavors, but friends, nonetheless.
Technically, they were just as involved in slavery as I was. Like I said, it was minimal.
So
I don't think that
it
was
could
something that's
be.
been said before.
Is that so? Really? Huh.
That was
I
meant to
never knew.
say that what I told him my involvement was is what their involvement was. That's what I meant to.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
I was like, wait a second, that could be interpreted two ways. Because I was like, you can interpret it as like, oh well, they had as much to do with it as I did, which is, you know, it was around because once we like overthrew it wasn't anymore, which is what you told.
Yeah,
So it's like,
that's what he
okay,
meant by that.
okay. I get you could clarify that too, because like that statement could also mean, wait, what did you mean by that? You were involved with this more than you're letting on? What? Okay. In any case, Brew would not react
Anyway.
the way I am, but I am that is just me being the DM and being like, wait a second. Emiko, take that as you will, or ask clarification as you will.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, can you clarify again, Tyrus? About that?
Jesus. What? I told you I
Oh,
had minimal to do with it. They had as much to do with it as I did. That was all our predecessor.
she raised
When
her
I
brow
took
at
the
that.
reins, when I took the reins, they
Yeah.
essentially rose to power with me.
Uh-huh. Yo, you could have just like dissolved that whole slavery thing, right?
It took a minute. It's not like I wanted to keep, stay involved with it, but it took a while to put something new in place for income that ended up becoming weapons and piracy.
I'll let
The
that
business
one
of
go for
crime
now.
is a lot more complicated than one would think.
I'm sure, right?
Emiko, the one who was busting a lot of that. He's like, he's like, you're telling me,
Yeah.
Two different perspectives on it, all right?
Indeed. Brew
Yeah.
will kind of
It's
break
wild.
his vow of silence, it seems, and will say something now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
And he will say, after gulping down some ale, well, regardless of that, he'll actually like meet your eyes specifically, Titus. Like he'll look over at you. What do you feel? Ian says, your former allies, friends even, fellow Memorems and such. What do you...
Say that. Let's bit again.
He just says, your former allies, Memorems and such. How do you...
Yeah.
How do you wager? He just kind of like... There's like a weird, like, he got almost like... You know when it's like, it's not really a smile, but they're just kind of like thinking about something, you know, like a wide expression. He just shakes his head. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
No, what were you gonna say?
No. What do you mean by that?
He takes a gulp.
Exactly.
And he takes a gulp from his ale and just says, traitors are scum. If they do something that's... He kinda looks over. No matter... No matter what things happened... He looks over at you and just says, Titus, how much do you care about Memorem?
Well, say it's about, at a point, it was the only thing I cared about. When it comes to,
Oh, God, sorry.
no, I'm gonna say, when it comes to people and civilians, we're the only ones I did.
How much we do in the name of caring, isn't it wild? He kind of thinks.
Titus raises his eyebrow. We?
just kind of chuckles. There was a time long ago. I've told you a little bit about it, but not really a lot of details. Back in the Civil War time. No, Memorem Civil War, I should say. I mentioned that I talked with Gwendolyn a few times about it, but he's a good listener. I did a lot of things back in the day. I've done a lot of things I'm not proud of. All in the name of furthering what I thought was going to be our Memorem brethren to a better world, a better people, a better time. He
You
looks
think?
and he's kind of staring off into the distance.
You involved in?
I was not ready for my perspective to change so much. I was not ready to meet your group. I did not hear what that was said. What was said?
Said, well, that makes two of us.
I guess it does. Two peas in a pod, as the saying goes. He looks over at you.
That is like a little chuckle.
You know, I've known for a while you don't trust me, right?
Don't take it personally. I don't trust anyone.
He chuckles. I didn't. Honestly, I didn't trust you at all. Always keeping watch for one person or another. But not really knowing what I wanted. Or, no, I thought I knew what I wanted. I once knew. But
What was you thinking? Wow.
There's a moment when he's saying that, you kind of look over at him. I'm not going to make you roll mood again, I'll just keep your existing moods.
Okay.
It's almost like he's... Okay. It's almost like he's not there for a moment. Like, he's kind of, like, thinking about something, like, lost in his thoughts. You can see, like, his eyes aren't, like, it's no magic or anything involved. He's just, like, reminiscing about something. You can tell. And he just kind of stops, and he's like, I think I'm sorry. I think I
This my
miss... You know, it's so funny you said that. He's gonna say, I think I miss her.
Who exactly do you miss?
I think I regret a decision I made.
Titus kind of gives like he gives him a good look for a second, and he just nods. I understand.
He looks over at you. And kind of like, you can tell he's looking for something in your gaze. Like a recognition almost.
Uh-huh.
And he kind of nods when he seems satisfied with something. I guess we both are two peas in a pod then.
It would seem so. It's good. Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's any forgiving the things that we've done? That's presumptuous of me to ask, never mind.
I'll tell you this. We can only go 50% of the way. The rest of it isn't up to us.
I guess that's right. How could I forget? Forgiveness isn't one way. And I'm not really sure that I deserve it.
Same here. Kind of
But I guess
look
it's not your
down for a
decision
second
either.
and get up.
Then
Keep an eye out.
Yeah. I'm going to do it once over as well. Albeit, don't worry, I won't be tuckered out too much for tomorrow.
Good.
I hope so. Also, Prue. Tommy. Did you ever finish up that little device we talked about on the ship?
Little device. What kind of things? Remind me. Sorry.
While Pepper's talking, Titus is like already making his way out.
Yeah.
Not
Oh.
saying anything.
Actually, funny you're doing that, but you'll see what happens as you make your way out. But go ahead, Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if like in the corner of my eye, I see Tyra's like about to go, and she's like about to get up, but that little device after that little incident on the ship.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. The device. Just remind me specifically. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right device because I have a couple of things on my sheet.
Yeah,
It was the
talking
one
about like
after your incident with your mother and the communication thing, right? And the main thing you wanted it to do was make sure.
make sure I'm thinking to like track him down instead.
Yeah, it was a what was it? It was a tracer. That was what you were trying to get, like a tracer device.
Right, yeah.
Let me check. He would reach into his pocket and he would give you a device. He says, "Here, plug it into your transceiver device. It might be a bit heavy
She
around
like
your
drinking-
ear, but this should allow you to at least trace certain signals."
Oh, damn, that was fast. Thanks, Tommy.
I had a lot of practice with tracing signals in my time.
I bet you do. Anyway, she slaps down like a few coins on the table. Yeah, for you and Rocky. Sure.
And Roka already left, by the way, but he's like,
Oh, what?
yeah.
Oh,
she left earlier.
Damn.
Yeah. When she called him Thomas, that was when she left.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Anyway, see you later at something. Yes. Yeah, Tom.
He nods. Yep, I'll be at the room later tonight. Don't worry.
Great. Okay. See you later. And then she like runs after Tyrus.
Mm-hmm. So you guys, I assume from here, are going up to the summit area to look around. Inspection and soul sensing, one of each, please. Well, one from one of you, one from the other. I assume the same thing. So soul sensing from Titus, inspection from Emiko. Roll them rolls in the chat format, or the Roll20 thing, please. See what we get.
Oh,
That's-
wait, yeah, another soul sensing.
Oh fuck.
Oh, shit.
Mhm.
It dropped. Where'd it go?
I need dice. Oh.
Okay. I'm not gonna
Yes.
count that even though it landed as, even though it was a natural 20 because it was under the couch. I don't know what happened.
Find it. Flip that couch.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be another 20. That's a 12. Okay, plus
Oh.
5?
You have a good soul sensing, so.
Okay. There's a 5.
So 17
Jeez,
and
look.
6. Alright. Well, Emiko, we'll say you're thinking about the conversation you just had. Maybe some things that were said that you might have misconstrued, but, or, you know, that might be said by certain people, and you're just thinking about it a bit more. Titus, as you're sensing around, you don't notice anything too out of the ordinary. It seems that you detect the signatures of people, like different guards kind of doing the rounds. There's definitely less people than there was here before, like as in earlier in the day. It seems like most of the stuff is loaded and prepped. You can see there's a couple armored knights like shut off but kind of to the side. Both of you see this. This isn't even really like a soul sensing thing, just like there's a couple of like units there. People kind of guarding them or doing the once over of them. Yep, you see Memorem units. You see what looks to be some of your units, actually. You can see over here. You can see there is a, you can see Nameless is there. There's a couple of people kind of looking at Nameless a bit, but they kind of just keep going.
Before we do that, I'll stop Titus and fake them.
Mm-hmm.
Just to,
Your volume's down.
Walks in.
she like runs over to Nameless and check it open.
Is it open?
The cockpit, you mean?
Yeah, it is. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Let
It is not.
carry inside.
It is closed.
It is not.
Yes.
But I open it.
Yeah, you can. You just go over to
Open
the
it
side,
and then-
place your your paw on it, and it opens up.
She stares inside just to make sure. Do I see the fucking thing, the module on it?
No, you don't.
Okay, good.
Actually,
Yeah,
though,
she like.
there is something.
Maybe turn it
Roll me-
on.
What was your nope, never mind. You're in. Never mind.
Ah! Oh, come on! Give it to me!
Yep.
Um,
There's nothing you notice on it. Off of it, or yeah, there's no module in
I'm
the
gonna
cockpit
run
that
an
seems like a switch or something.
inspection.
Ah!
All
I'm gonna run an inspection for the whole thing, like everything around the
Like
entire
what?
area.
All right.
Blue ball me.
Roll me the inspection.
Yep.
Something good.
Natural 20.
Nice.
All right. Remember we
This one's actually
remember
fair.
the roll 20 chat, so it's picked up in the recording.
Oh.
It's alright. No, it's fine. I'll take. I'm taking that one. It's just like in the future, just so like because the roll 20 page is the thing that's recorded, so I actually otherwise it's
Yeah,
just like
you're
a
right.
blank page. So
Mm-hmm.
there is something I don't know if Titus would know what it is. Actually, Titus would definitely not know what it is. But there is some
Oh, no.
strange kind of what would I put it? There's these odd. They don't look like they're. I'd say the reason you would notice them is because they seem like slightly not in the same design as the things that Nameless has on it, like the weapons and other stuff. There's like these strange rectangular objects attached to the cockpit, like on the side, kind of like if you were to imagine some like magnetic batteries kind of stuck to the sides of the unit.
Does Titus intel?
I have no idea. Does Titus currently go practice?
What if I roll a knowledge technological for it?
You could. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, try that.
Yeah, even though it's like looking around for like that module thing and
That was a 14.
You're not sure. You don't think they're batteries, though. I'd say you can tell that they're not like some external battery source or something. There's something else, and there's a strange kind of like weird distortion effect you feel from it. But that's about it. Or like maybe
Okay.
disruption effect, but that's about it.
Can I pick it up?
No. Actually, if you try to remove it, there's like a warning that flashes on the screen, Emiko, about removing it.
Oh.
As you try to like grab like the side of it, and it takes it's both of your hands like large in terms of like being grabbing it, like this prism on the side of the cockpit. Sorry, I should also say it's on the inside, it's on the outside as well. So like on the outside of the chest portion, you see. When you try to do it, it says like warning, EMS defense array has been compromised. Like it keeps popping up in your.
Oh, what?
And then when you let go, the warnings go off. And it seems fine.
oh, nice.
I grab it again like 2 times just to make sure I heard right.
When you grab it again, Emiko, question, Emiko, are you you activated the system, like the actual like unit, correct? This is important. Did you activate the unit?
Like, is it on all the way?
Did you say
Why
you would?
exactly?
Did you? I need a yes or no.
The good times.
Did you do it or not?
I did.
Titus, the second
God.
time you reach for it, the unit stands up on its own and like begins rocking back and forth to shake you off. Please roll me a fitness. Or grapple,
Yep.
sorry. Grapple. My bad.
Oh, grapple?
Yes, grapple, please.
I'm not Kreska.
As it begins to kind of shake back and forth. Emiko, The
I got a
unit
14.
14.
Ah!
That is. Let me see. Let's roll and see. Oh, I don't even have any pluses to it. Titus is thrown off the unit and kind of goes tumbling down onto the ground, kind of just hitting his butt on the ground for a moment. Imiko, you're in the cockpit, so you're relatively fine, but the system activates and says, you hear, "Who has woken me? Why are they disturbing the system, disturbing the attachments that were added to me?"
Hi.
Yeah.
It's talking, and it's specifically you hear this, Imiko, as it's looking at you.
Yeah, she would say, "Stand down, nameless. It's us." Titus is trying to do, decided to be a fucking idiot and decided to wake you up.
Hey, have I talked to Nameless?
No, you've never
I
talked to
know
Nameless.
about Nameless?
I don't even think you know
I
that
was about
Nameless
to
can
say.
talk as the thing. There's only like
I
three
don't
people,
think I
3 or
do.
4 people that know.
Yeah, I just go like, what the fuck?
And says, and kind of looks over. This is the Imiko creature that is speaking. Where is
Hi,
Miss? Where is my primary pilot, Latricia?
Patricia, she's at a hotel called the Glistening Street. It's a big one. You can't miss it.
It kind of turns its face over, and it looks over. Does she need my assistance?
No, she's busy with like certain things, but right now, not right now.
Understood.
Also, sorry about waking you up. What? She looks outside out of the cockpit, and she sees tires like splay on the fucking like ground. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Like,
Tis
just like kind of holding myself up while sitting down, just looking up, like, what
The eyes are on, and it kind of like looks down at Titus after it's done looking over at like the glistening sea, like building in the background.
Are you talking to it?
Yeah, I am talking to it now. Settle down, child. She goes back to the cockpit, and don't mind him. He's unfortunate.
I have done a survey on all of your team. Titus Crow, former member of Silver
That one.
Lotus, current member of Shadow Guardians. It's not saying this out like loudly, so only basically Imiko is hearing this. And it will just kind of like nods. It starts relaying certain information, then it kind of says, "Understood. However, it is improper to touch someone without asking for permission."
Sorry about that, and also look at the topic. Tires. I apologize to name it right now.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a you.
It kind of.
What exact?
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
it just says understood to you, Imiko. And
Yeah, she says apology accepted. Also, what the fuck happened outside?
it will say this to
Looking at
you,
this thing, I point at what I was trying.
Imiko, and you hear in from the cockpit that it says, considering I am in low power mode at the moment, my combat capabilities are minimal since I do not have a devicer plugged in. That being said, I can relay information if you need.
Okay. Let me get back to you on that one. As she takes the head out of like the cockpit. So exactly, why did you wake Demas up, Paris?
How was I supposed to know it was gonna wake up?
Exactly, what did you touch? What the fuck you did?
This. I point at the thing on the chest.
At the rectangular thing, yeah. And yeah, Imiko, now you can see it. There's like these 2 or 4 rectangular like structures or prisms kind of attached to like the kind of abdomen area and then the cockpit that's open. 2 of them are kind of raised up because the cockpit's open, but still.
I'll probably ask Nameless. Nameless, what is that on your chest?
Experimental EMS defense systems.
Oh, really? Who put that on you?
It would respond, Lyshiska, I believe, or the guild.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was
Amos,
used in case of an accidental or purposeful EMS disturbance in the area.
Right.
Or
Well, that's
Um.
convenient.
Oh yeah, that's good to know. Also, Nameless, run by anything like did anyone besides me, Bro, or any Apani or Latricia got into you besides Latricia and the guild affiliate ones?
outside of
Any
the regular
unknowns?
guild engineers from your team, or Lyshishka, who was commanding them today. No, I believe they have assigned. They have placed these objects on the other units with us as well.
Okay, that's good. Make sure no one besides us and any guild affiliates get into you.
Of course.
High-ranking members. I'm sorry.
There are the only others permitted outside of Lyshishka and your group, or Lyshishka Kaya and your group, would be the upper echelon of the Dogma military, or sorry, not Dogma military, of the Draken force.
All right.
Or Foundry.
Okay, you can stand down.
Yeah. Understood.
All
Going
right,
back
stand
into
down,
sleep,
Nameless.
and it will crouch down, and then you'll see its eyes dim as it goes back to sleep.
Yeah, good night, Nameless. As she hops out of the cockpit,
It
and she
closes.
walks over. He walked over to Tyrus, hands on the hips, like, "Oh, what did we learn?"
Um,
Yeah. So what did we learn? As she hold up a hand.
Also, I said EMS. I meant to say just EM. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay.
EMS is not the term I was using.
Oh, now it's canon. Now it's canon.
Well, the S wouldn't really make sense, is all I'm saying. But EM will make sense. EMS technically does in the sense of what it of a thing that could be causing it, but EM defense would be the correct term for what this is.
Hmm.
Or EMD, I guess, would be another one.
So she looks to Tyrus. Are we going?
hold on. Let me meditate here for a minute.
Well, we don't have plenty of time, but sure, meditate away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what time is it right now?
It's getting up close to 9 or 10 now. It's the only between then.
Oh,
Oh,
nighttime
I
now,
got
yeah.
plenty of time.
Yep. Well, you gotta be
I'm
up
gonna
at
go
8
for
the
about
show for the summit. So
I mean,
yeah,
we
I'll be
still
fine. I'll go for about
Oh.
2 hours.
okay. What are you
I
gonna do?
want to. And I can sense for remnants of people that have been here, right?
Sometimes
Hmm.
it depends on how well they've
I'm
hidden
gonna
it.
roll for that.
All right, roll me a soul
Yeah,
sensing.
if I see Tyrus doing that, could I also do that?
Yeah, roll me a soul sensing.
Good for the boot.
Oh man, can't type. There we go.
I think there's a dice roller as well.
There we go.
You just add it retroactively.
Soul energy or
It
soul
is,
sense?
but I got a 20, a dirty 20.
Got it.
Soul
Put it in.
It should have rolled should roll like that. It might be bugged.
Oh no, you want me to actually just roll? Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
putting in what
Oh,
rolls
what
I
you
got on
rolled?
my
Yeah,
die.
yeah. I feel it. Yeah.
also soul sensing or soul energy?
I can
Soul
re-roll if you want me
sensing.
to.
Go ahead and re-roll. It's all right. You're fine. 20.
Damn,
20.
Okay.
that's even better.
Still roll Imiko, because there's other things. Ah, well.
Well,
Yeah, soul sensing's not exactly your strong suit. But that's okay.
you mean?
It's not. I mean, you have other strong suits in engineering and technology because of your NLD, but outside of that. So, try this. Your time as you're spending here sensing things around. The remnants of energies that have been by, it's hard. It is, even with a nat 20, it is still hard to detect certain energy signatures, especially those that are hidden and ones that are from a decently long time ago, like several hours or so. There is energies you recognize, like Balin, for instance, like Shishka, people like that. You recognize,
Yeah.
like Koa. Well, not Koa. I guess you can meet him, but I'm trying to think. Who did you meet? You saw Hirata. You would have recognized Hirata's signature. You would have recognized
hmm
probably Kaya at one point, and you don't detect Neil. You don't feel their energy having been here, but there is something that's how would I put it? I don't know if you would roll me a knowledge soul energy.
Oh, and knowledge. Okay.
Eh,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I'll just okay. What is my? That's high, right? Yeah, it's a 6. Look at me.
Actually, before okay, well, too late. I was gonna say before you roll,
Damn.
I was trying to think of something.
Yeah.
Who you've been to the main parts of the city, but you haven't been
Yep.
right. You haven't been where Pawnee's been yet. That's important. You
Yeah.
but would you feel certain things? There is
Maybe.
some. I would say this. Some signatures, and this is something
hmm
that like you can take whatever way you want. There are signatures you don't recognize having been here. It's not hard to think that that could be possible because you haven't sensed everybody that is involved with this event. But there are some signatures that are not things you've sensed today around here. Having been around here, I should say. They're very faint, but yes.
Okay. Did I try to focus in on them?
With the knowledge, that's why I'm using the knowledge soul energy here with the 22. I would say...
Yeah.
I would say that your knowledge would gleam you towards their affinity being that of either necrotic, radiant, or fire, and none of them are having necessarily for the
Okay.
same people.
Oh, that's it.
And you don't necessarily think at the same
Uh
time
huh.
either. The radiant and fire one seem to have been
Okay.
one signature that came around a certain time. In fact, actually, you think you faintly feel it now, even around some people. You can see a couple of Consortium Control Guard people, CCG people, as well as a couple of like Mariners and Garrison Knights talking about something, and you feel a couple of like Radiant and Fire signatures there. Not super surprising. That matches like the Garrison Knights. And then faintly, you feel some necrotic signatures around. And then one really far off into the distance, and you recognize
How far?
very far, like to the
Like
edge
back
of the
to the
field.
city?
Towards the city, edge of the field. Actually, I would say towards
Okay.
the south. Because you'd have to pass where you guys are. It's towards
Where
the
exactly?
southwest.
Exactly is the city right now. The name.
Where is the city? Right here, Cinnaburn.
Okay.
We're gonna zoom in real quick, and I'm gonna try to. It's hard to show with the arrow because of what this place looks like. But you guys are here, so the best way I could say it is you guys are. Oh wow, the arrow is not helping me here. Okay, we're gonna do ping. So
Oh Jesus.
if you guys are kind of like right here, kind of towards the edge of town, and the hotel is kind of over here, right? What you're feeling
Okay.
is what you felt were energy signatures. The thing that was on the edge is going this way, which is towards
Okay.
some
So
of
it's
the
around
more
here.
shantytown areas of the town.
Okay.
And with the knowledge soul energy, the thing that's difficult here is you couldn't really know certain things because you haven't been to certain areas yet. So that's why I'm having a struggle trying to tell you some things that you wouldn't be able to know. All I'll say Hmm.
Like an intuition check.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. I'll say this.
Uh-huh.
You recognize some things about the energy sources around. No, it wouldn't be like that. The energy. Okay, actually, here's a better way of doing it. The energy sources that were used, you don't necessarily think came from spells. You
Okay.
think, or like soul channeling, I should say. At least in the manner that comes out of spells. You think it manifested more as martial abilities because the particular imprint it's left is not that of a lingering kind of soul signature. It's very faint, and it almost feels more of like a byproduct or reaction versus a manifestation, which is noteworthy for
Huh?
certain types of either channeling or certain types of maneuvers.
Okay. So if it's a byproduct as opposed to a manifestation,
It's probably more closer to a
the
maneuver.
energy. Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, that's all I'll say.
Oh.
I'm like being really abstract here, and I know it's not really helping, but it's just because I'm like, there's some things I should be able to say I can't say, but like I can only say so much here. I apologize. It's just a lack of like the context of what you would need to know certain things. That's why I was saying
Yes,
like
valid.
I was gonna stop you from rolling the knowledge soul energy because it really wouldn't help because there's not you wouldn't have the context of knowing some of this stuff outside of just sensing the signatures.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd say that's what you feel, or that's what your sensations are.
Sensing the signature still is kind of good for knowledge, at least. I
Something
know something, I just don't know what I know.
right. I know something I would say outside of just the faint signatures from like a decent chunk of time ago, at least like earlier
Yeah.
today. When I say that you don't think you sense them, I don't mean in a sense that you wouldn't. I don't mean in a sense that like in passing or something you might have gleaned them, but it wasn't really that big a deal. I mean like whoever some of these signatures belong to, they've not crossed your path today.
Oh.
Oh, so it's like day old stuff.
Yes, it could be a day old, days old, but just like very faintly lingering. Another thing about it,
I was looking for it, honestly.
you can't. It's hard to tell. Is like the approximation of how long ago. Like I said, days ago, hours maybe in some cases. And it's the big thing that it's hard to tell like what groups were with who because you can find multiple, especially like among like guild teams for example. Like maybe Garrison Knights you
Okay.
find mostly Radiant and Fire signatures, right? But like guild teams have a
Yeah.
wide variety of energies. I mean, just look at your team. You have a wide variety of affinity types, right? So if there's been any guild people
Yeah.
here, that doesn't necessarily tell you much of anything, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah. But as you guys are doing that, or after you guys have done that, as the late hours come, we're gonna cut back. Apani,
Mm-hmm.
are you here?
Upon.
Uh-oh. I might have snoozed for a bit before work.
Hold on. 1 sec.
Oh boy.
Typing. She's typing. Don't worry. She's here.
Oh, are they typing? I didn't even.
Yeah.
Oh, they just ran to
Oh.
Oh, okay. Do you need a moment? Okay. We will just pause the recording for a moment, and it will be back as if nothing happened. All right, as if nothing ever happened. So, Apani, you and Ishin got back not too like they would have left, and then you would have been arriving around the time they had first initially left. So, as you get back to the hotel, Ishin, you could get to his room without much issue. There are some. Actually, as you arrive, there is something that kind of happened, or kind of you see, especially since you're noticing it. There are some people, some what looks to be mainly humans, a few elves and graceful, kind of holding some signs, and they seem to be being held back by some of the Consortium military at the moment from the hotel. They seem to be rather upset. You notice they have some symbols that you saw recently or earlier. The that Red Hawk symbol. Some of them have that on like some boards, and some of them have that on some parchment. Um,
Yeah.
they have something like Altus. You see some things that say like Altus will rise, like on some boards. You also see some of them saying like get those memorums out, etc. Or it seems like there might be some weird commotion from some of these, probably you presume based on the iconography, some Consortium Lapsians. um they are looking at you and Ishin as you guys kind of cross the precipice over into the hotel's like main area, and they start like screaming out basically at Ishin to like leave, basically that they don't want they just basically say to leave.
Am I currently wearing my like plain cloak?
I think you're wearing whatever your gear would be normally for your like regular duties. So like I don't imagine you'd be wearing casual clothes. I think you'd have your cloak, your armor on, and your force cannon, right?
Apani just kind of uses her like cloak and like grabs the end, like the edge of it, and just kind of lifts her.
You have to grab the edge of it.
Like,
now.
like lift the cloak up, like lift the side of the cloak up to like block the people in case there's like projectiles, like
Yeah, they can't say throw anything.
water.
Luckily, they not necessarily through no lack of trying. It seems like the actual Consortium people, like military here, is actually kind of trying to avoid a diplomatic incident and are like stopping them from doing too much, it seems. But they do not seem happy. They don't only seem to be looking, by the way, at Ishin. There seems to be another like group kind of similarly, not like similar in terms of what they're saying, but in similar kind of like anger, looking at their group, and you can see it's mostly beastkin, and you see like an assortment of different creatures. They seem to be holding up signs that have like a large like it has like the word Neo, Neo, and then C under it, kind of like hooked around like the three letters. And they seem to be talking, like they seem to have like these a lot more vibrant colors. Kind of reminds you, at least in the coloration, of like the Alto in some ways, but it's definitely different. It has like subtle things of like the dark blue of the blue of the Consortium and things like that. They seem to be, I would almost argue, like counter probably protesting, it seems, and they seem to be like yelling at the group of like saying Altus out, etc., like that.
Are some of these Altus humans?
Yes, the Altus people. It is mostly humans, elves, and graceful. You see a couple dwarves. I didn't mention that they were, but they are mostly human though, with probably the next one being like graceful or dwarf. Or spatterings of those two.
This is probably reckless and not a good idea to do. But Apani is going to psychically communicate randomly with one of these humans.
Oh, I cut out. I heard and then it cut out. Go ahead, say what you said. Oh, hello? No, it cut out again. That's like come on, the worst time to happen. Alright, I'll give it a moment. Let's let it reconnect. Hello? Alright, I'm back. So, what did you say? I apologize.
Apani is going to recklessly and stupidly psychically communicate randomly with one of these humans and say, You are a disgusting waste of humor.
Ooh. There's a look. One of the humans, kind of in the crowd, kind of looking left and right, like confused. The sign they're holding kind of droops down. They don't seem to know what's happening. And they don't seem to
I'm
react.
sorry.
They just kind of shake their head and kind of like unnerved, but they continue holding up their sign. The other group that has the Neo C on it, they also continue to keep shouting the Altus out and stuff like that. I did mention, or I didn't really. I said I mentioned that they were kind of like these two groups are kind of opposed, and moreover that while they said something to Asheen and you, they're not, the Altus people don't seem to be only looking at you. They're kind of gesturing at like anyone that doesn't seem to be, how would I put this in the nicest way possible? If you don't look like a, we'll say a, what they would call traditional Lapsian, i.e., if there's any beastkin kind of wandering around, especially any Alto or any Noblesse or Memorens, they seem to be very antagonistic towards. But that's
I
about it.
believe it. They're still disgusting waste of a human.
So, Isheen, as you guys get in, he kind of says, I see that I heard mention earlier as Eric was telling me about that group. Unfortunate that they seem to be quite against what is happening here.
Yes. There's much for them to learn.
Say it again.
There is much for them to learn.
Yes. Well, even still, with their issues aside, I do wish for this area to be, or this place to be a place that they can live happily. Albeit without much of the hate that they spew. But that is a different story, or a different matter. I would not worry. I would like to have faith that we can be above that eventually. And it'd be wrong of me to judge them only. Besides, I've seen my fair share from my own people. I'm not saying it does not come from the personal pains and scars from the past, but it is not. We must be careful to choose our targets, and we must be careful to choose our targets that attack us carefully.
That is true. Does Isheen realize that that's effectively communicate with one of them?
He doesn't seem to respond like he does, but maybe he knows. He just hasn't said anything. I mean, you know he can psychically communicate as well, but yeah, he doesn't seem to.
Can I roll to see if he knows?
Yeah,
I
roll
think
me
that might
a mood. Alright, what we get?
I got 11.
11. Alright. You're not sure. You don't think he knows or noticed it, but you're not sure.
Okay. I just respond to him until I'm sure.
But yes, I assume you'll take Isheen up to his room and such like that.
Yes, are we planning on talking to Titus tonight? Or like tonight in game?
Yes, he will tell you to tell, because he knows that Titus isn't here. He will say when Titus returns, tell him to come to his room because he wishes to speak with him.
Okay.
But that's all he will say, and he will relieve you of your duties to guard him. He will say he'll be safe. No one's gonna do anything to him while he is in here.
If anything changes, let me know.
You hear in your head, of course. He nods to you.
I nod back and then I walk away.
Yep. So when you you heading back to your room, or are you
I might like sit in the common area.
okay, sit in the
Maybe
common
get
room.
food, perhaps.
Cool. So you just go get a nice meal, and I will say, it is a nice meal. This place is actually like it actually is a very well like to do place. Um, and as it gets to evening, they have like a large kind of like banquet basically for the events of today and tomorrow and such. So there's a bunch of different soldiers and just people that are like here that are eating some very well to do meals. As I totally don't look at the food list of that we have to make sure that I'm naming the names of these foods right. We have meals such as we have some large like soups that are these like huge. I wouldn't really say buckets, but these ginormous bowls of soup that are brought out and then they like scoop up with these giant ladles and pour them into bowls for people. They go like one at a, one, two to three, kind of dumping them, and you can see that they have a couple of stews. A lot of the soldiers seem to be eating this stew that's like a potato stew. It seems really good. You can see there's some meat chunks in it, a couple of like green herbs of some kind, and some like somewhat kind of shimmery looking potatoes, kind of yellowish potatoes that are very nice, and people seem to be really enjoying that. You can see there's some large pies that have been baked that feels like you think it might be a shepherd's pie of some kind that is being brought out to different people. So yeah, there's a couple of well-to-do meals here. Actually, at one point, you would see there's a large platter, or three large platters of these ginormous fish that are like maybe 5 of your size lengths, or like 4 or 5 of your like height lengths across, that they set on these large tables and they begin carving from and then bringing them out to people to eat.
Wow.
Ooh. I think Apani would grab a plate.
All right, yep, you can just grab a plate and sit down to the side.
Prepare.
And just eat. They would also have drinks. I didn't mention them, but yes, they would have drinks. Alcoholic mostly, but they do seem to have some type of fruit beverage as well. Less alcoholic, more like a grape kind of beverage.
I feel like given the tension Apani's been feeling, Apani would get a glass of drink.
Okay. It seems to be good. It's notably very sweet. I wouldn't say it's kind of like touched, like a little bit of a touch of syrupy kind of, but not too much that it feels a bit sickly. But it's just notably sweet. And yeah, outside of that, you are brought your meal. Latricia would actually come down at some point, and would eat with you after she realizes you're back. And during your meal, as it's becoming evening or later evening, kind of like around 10 or so, somebody kind of busts through the doors and like looks left and right and sees you and Latricia sitting down eating, probably like eating more of a dessert meal now, just talking. It is Macy, the dwarven forge master leader here. She. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, you're fine.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
I was gonna say, given that like Apani just saw Macy like bust through the door, Apani would be like, "What's wrong?"
She's gonna say. She looks over at Latricia and like looks over at you, and she walks over very determined, but like tries to do it in a not like storming over type way, and she just leans over and she's like, "We need to go room now."
Did Apani like finish dessert and everything yet?
I'd say you have most of it finished, but you can take it up to your room if you'd like.
Apani would like jump up really fast, grab her plate.
Yep. I know. Latricia will, she will, like, as she's about to go, she'll kind of stop, turn around, grab another plate, chop off another piece of, like, pie, and then come back.
I'm here for it.
And, yep. Macy will, will of course follow you. She is going to take you guys to. Actually, she's going to say to go to your room because you technically everyone's in different sections of the building, so she doesn't want to go to the section where her people are. You'll understand why in a moment. So as
Oh.
you guys get into the room and she closes the door, you can see she like looks over at the Trisha. She's like, "Make sure it's locked," and she will. She begins to like looks left and right. She like goes over to the balcony, like shuts the curtains. She like looks. She's like kind of looking to the wall. She like you can see she walks over to the wall, takes out like a small little like wooden hammer, and kind of like donks the wall a few times. She's like, "All right, it should be thick enough." All right. She looks over. I gotta talk to you. I gotta talk to you too about something. Have you been seeing some? She kind of thinks. She's like, she looks like she's out of breath. Looks like she kind of like probably ran here recently, or like ran here a moment ago. Yes. Have you seen anybody with some red symbols, red hawk symbols on their necks?
Yeah,
At
when
all.
me and Shane were walking back, I saw was it a guard stick?
All right. How many? How many have you seen? Where? Actually, that's not important right now. Where are they? Where have they been?
Well, I saw one when me and Shane were walking back to.
Okay, back there.
Did I see? Can I roll to see if saw one or more than one?
Uh, sure. Roll me a recollection.
Hmm.
See what you remember. A 10? Not too much. You did the thing you just remembered, you remembered vividly enough, but maybe you've seen some more around town. You might have to just go off of what you remember at the moment.
Apani would say, I think I saw one, but I don't remember if I saw one.
She kind of looks. All right. So she will. You'll see she like walks over. She like pulls something out of her back pocket and like sets it on the table. And she starts unfolding it. Seems to be like a map. And there's a bunch of circles on the map. You can see she pulls out like a marker. She's like starts circling parts. And there's several different circles. You can see. One there seems to be. I'm not gonna make you roll for this. You can just look. There's a circle on or in the dock area. There's a circle. There's two circles. She adds one. Two circles near the more like the kind of poorer district that you were at, the shantytown kind of area, and then she draws another circle here, like at the hotel, and then one circle at the event area, the summit area. And she kind of like,
Is this where you spotted them, or is it where they're gonna attack, or did they attack where you?
this is areas that I've noticed some, and I've had some of my forge masters I can trust go and keep an eye out on them. Is the the 5 areas I guess that we're keeping an eye out on. There's one that's out, and the one I should say the 2 that are in the shantytown area. One of them is where you told them at the gate, entering the main kind of area of the city, and the other one is at the other edge of it, towards the outer bound like forest and stuff like that.
They're blocking both gates.
Yeah, it does seem like that.
That was where I just was, and then I pointed.
All right. She kind of looks over. The Trish is like, what? What exactly? What are they planning to do? She kind of looks. I got word. It looks like Emiko and Titus. Y'all might have been on to something about something happening. One of my forge masters picked up a little conversation about a little event some people were planning. She clicks her tongue a bit and looks down. These areas marked are the main areas where I've seen these Red Hawk MFs. I don't exactly know what their plans are, but my guess is some type of event kind of like what happened at Haiti. Some public burning or whatever.
Did you say public? What?
Yeah, right. I forgot you're out of the loop on this stuff. There's, how would I put it? Sometimes little unrest moments that happen that we have to kind of deal with. Unfortunately, as much as I'd like to crack some skulls around about it, we have our hands tied as it pertains to dealing with the unofficial militias, we'll just call them, in Lapsus, or the Consortium, I should say. They congregate around different parts of different provinces for a whole bunch of different reasons, but all of it slums up to the same shit each time. She kind of like looks to the side. Anyway, these little burnings they host tend to involve a lot of destruction, property destruction, and well, just say they seem to be targeted towards certain groups, much as certain people don't want to admit it.
That means they're definitely going to post one here, or at least attempt to.
She kind of nods. The Trisha kind of says, well, I imagine you found something to... She kind of says, yep. One of my forge mantises grabbed one of them to, well, ask him a few questions when he got a little bit too, we'll say, a little bit too tight-lipped on some things, and a little bit too suspicious for one of their likings. They decided to, wet his whistle a bit with some ale. He started talking a bit more, especially when the matches started coming out, and we got some more direct information. They're moving. She'll kind of point and she'll draw like a little arrow from the event area, this area, and the dock area towards the shantytown. It seems like they've been shifting slowly more and more towards the shantytown after the last few days. More
So they're
stuff has
planning
been
an
going
epic.
in. I think so. Notably, she kind of says she'll take a different colored marker out and she'll draw an arrow going out, and kind of she'll draw like three arrows going out, one towards the event, one towards the kind of central area of the town, and then one towards where you guys are at the hotel. Most of the guard detail, despite there being so much of them here, is mainly focused in the central parts of the town, the main districts of course, the event hall itself, as well as the hotel, and some on the docks too, but mostly that's marina area, I should say. In a time fact, at least. All the control guard, well, a lot of control guard have been moved and shuffled around different parts of the town. The garrison knights are at the event hall as well as here, and not really stationed anywhere else. And my forge masters are mostly, we'll say, put on leave for the time being. She kind of like spits to the side. Outside of us, though, there's been outside of us, there's been a large shift towards moving certain groups outside of that shantytown area, or we'll say watching that shantytown area, and a couple of things moving in. That be our Red Hawk people. I
And
noticed
so
it. Go ahead.
we
Sorry.
don't have. We barely have any guards at the shantytown. We have
Well,
anyone?
no, I don't mean we barely have any guards. We barely have any CCG guards, or CCG, that don't have those Red Hawk symbols around the shantytown now.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I mean. All of the
we
other
all need
forces
to
got
visit the
shuffled
shantytown.
around. Look, she says, I already tried speaking with Emmanuel about it, and he said... She just kind of thinks for a minute. You can see she's chewing on her words.
Hmm?
We'll just say
Yeah.
that one of my council leaders doesn't feel that it's his responsibility, and instead says it's Eric's. I haven't been able to speak with Eric at the moment. I believe he's busy dealing with things, talking with a hook and such. Which means no one's looking out for these people. I can't just move my forces around here without any type of jurisdiction, you see.
You think someone could convince him and we can also help?
I don't think Emmanuel's budging. We'll just say think he has a vested interest in not doing anything. I wouldn't come to you all if I thought I could handle it. Trust me. I wish I could just handle this, but
I can head there, so I should alert the others first.
Just gonna thanks. Whatever they're planning on doing, it's not happening until tomorrow.
Oh.
I think they might be trying to do something during the event. Muck up things, you know?
Imagine. I'll speak to others and see if I can.
She kind of crosses her arms, leans back. Thanks.
I promise to do something.
She nods. Look, I know you've heard some things. I know you saw that little fiasco. She says that fiasco outside. Not all consortiums are like that bunch. All right. I still consider those people in that Santy town just as much Consortium or Lapsian as me or anyone else in this area. Even if others don't. Even if they don't, she kind of thinks. That being said, did you find anything out about that little lead I told you about? The weird spicy smell from some mixture?
I have a recollection if I found out anything about that. I remember talking to Shane. I'm not sure about.
Go ahead.
I rolled a 12.
You don't remember. You remember the conversation. It outside of just the general concern that there might be some insurgents within your midst, within the Memorem forces. There wasn't. That was about it. That was about the most things you talked about. Was just that there were concerns about there being insurgents. Relka responded that she was certain that at least her direct squad, the Dakiri hold, they don't have an issue. They're all screened. She said she was about 80% sure that their forces were not compromised, but there are things that she needed to round out the edges with, and she was also going to do something after you left to go and shore up some things, it seemed. They noticed some stuff, and that they were going to, they were going to shore up things. You didn't ask Ishin about what that was, and you didn't ask Relka, so we're not given no clarity on that at the moment.
I feel like I should go speak to Shane after this conversation.
Potentially. I mean, you technically can speak to him now, but you know. But yeah, outside of that, not really. Latricia just kind of says, outside of Lyshiska, oops, didn't mean to throw that. Outside of talking with Lyshiska, not really. We know that there might be an insurgent group of Memorem somewhere in the area, but we haven't been able to find them. At the moment, we've just been planning in case... Oh, right. We've just been planning in case there might be some type of disturbance, and doing what we can. Lyshiska says she has a plan for several things, but she's waiting for some people to make moves, but outside of that, I don't know what I can tell you. I'm sorry. Macy just kind of nods, like, no, don't worry about it. It's fine.
While they're talking, can I warn Ashin
All right.
ask him to come here.
You mind the link with Asheen? What are you gonna tell him?
I'm gonna warn Asheen of everything she mentioned. Then I ask Asheen to meet me at the common eating area with all that.
Okay. He will. You will get a message back that says that he will do so, and thanks for the warning.
Mhm.
He will also say, in your mind at least, this is an eventuality. This is an eventuality that I and Relka prepared for. Do not worry. That is what she was doing. Part of the reason why we expected to not be able to use all of our forces at the event. There was a reason why we had reason to believe that there might be some type of assault on the area where the Memorems are congregated while we were here.
I'm glad that y'all are okay.
But if you have the areas that they are congregating in, as well as where the attacks could come from, that would be instrumental in stopping whatever comes.
Did you how many people did you see with like a red hawk thing?
Several, actually. That is what Relka was monitoring. I believe that she'll be supplying me a report. Ah, she's here now. I believe that I'll be getting a report from her in a moment. I'll be able to tell you more once I'm done.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'll meet you in the comments. That's all he says.
Okay.
And then as you kind of like zero back in the conversation, Macy just kind of sits up, dusts herself off. She's got this like now you can see she's wearing like this large like cloak, like furred cloak with thick padding on it. All right, I'm headed out of here. All right, I gotta make sure that our machines are up to snuff. And if you think there's gonna be some EMS disturbance, Gina says, Latricia says, if you need, I can contact Lyshishka to try and deal with something. She says, no, if I'm imagining that you've used most of your stuff already. I have an idea. We might not be able to get everything ready, but we might be able to shield some of our units from any type of electrical disturbance. At least some of them. Okay, she thinks. I've got a long night ahead of me. Probably no sleep. Stretches. Alright.
Yep, there.
You know it. And she'll head out. Trisha just says, is everything alright upon it?
Yes, everything will be alright.
Alright. Well, considering everything, I'm going to head to bed and get rested.
Okay. And I'll join you. While Apani says I'll join you to Latricia, she's likely to make it so soon. Says let's talk tomorrow.
You get a message back that says, understood. You have a good night. And stay safe, my friend.
Here I will. Stay safe as well.
So you guys retire for the night. Imiko and Titus. I hear a lot of feedback on Titus's side, I think. Hello? Oh, wow. I cannot tell what you were saying.
Feedback.
Try reconnecting or try disconnecting and reconnecting real quick.
Hello?
Okay, I hear you, but it sounds like you're in a wind tunnel.
I was.
Ah, that would be why. Alright.
Yeah, I walked away from my computer.
Ah, that was why. Okay, yeah. It wasn't you, Pepper, it was Titus's mic, but okay. Yep. But yes, you guys return later that night around midnight.
My head.
I assume you go up to the room to, well, for one of you rests. Yes. Apani.
Yes.
I should ask. Actually, no, I'll just...
You did it. Come on, you gotta have to do it
I
now.
was gonna say something, but I think
I already
it's
went to
only
sleep.
proper that, that they have to remember themselves. I can't do too much.
Uh-huh.
So
Okay.
Honey already went to sleep.
Honey
So.
would wake up, she could conversation.
what was that? Sorry.
Like Titus fishing. I feel like a Pawnee would wake up early to have like the conversation with Machine and Titus.
Okay, so you get they
Also,
get there at midnight, and I assume Imiko, you're just going straight to bed.
Titus, you going to bed?
What? Oh. I don't know.
Are we going to bed? Because I thought we were investigating.
You did. You finished
Whoa.
investigating, unless you're going to somewhere
Yeah.
else.
You can go ahead and go to bed.
Nah, I'm not. I'm staying up because I have like a call to do.
Oh, you want to call? I think I
Yeah.
know who you want to call. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the with that device hooked up to my transceiver device, I'll probably call Crow.
All right. You get a ring for a moment, Imiko, and then eventually, it's a bit kind of choppy, but you can hear Crow's voice kind of coming on for a second as, yeah, hello, it was, it's, Imiko? Wait, Imiko, is that you?
Yep, it's me, Bird Brain. How you doing?
Tired. How about you?
About to head to sleep though.
Alright,
I
so
figured
how's the
like
event, right?
that thing up.
Everything
How you
alright
doing?
there? Oh, I'm doing alright, I
Uh,
guess. They got me
sorry.
doing these tests, you know, back and forth, so.
Over here, well, we're prepping up for the summit and everything's
Oh, yeah, apparently, what was it? They got a brand new shipment of some stuff today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
What kind of stuff?
looks like Armored Knight. He kind of like, you can hear him like shifting around probably in bed. Armored Knight stuff, equipment, weapons, stuff like that. A lot of, I guess it was to replace the stuff that shipped out a few days ago.
Like when was this exactly? Tonight or earlier?
The stuff arrived tonight. The stuff that left, that was, I think it was the day after you guys left.
Do me a favor. Could you? I don't know. I think I need you to like remind like of the others over there to like check on the newly arrived mech, just in case.
Yeah. Are you saying me to do that, or are you saying that?
Am I telling you to do that? No, tell the others to go get.
Okay. So what am I? You want me to check their armored knights, or want them to check their armored knights? Why?
I think we got a problem here.
It kind of shifts up a bit. What kind of problem?
You know these Memorem that we like shipped out with, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, some of their mech, but came equipped with shutdown modules,
Oh yeah,
remote
external
shutdown modules.
remote ones. Yeah, I think Latricia was telling me about that earlier.
And get this, apparently they even don't know who has the remote. So I'm thinking, uh-oh.
You went in and out for a second there. Sorry.
Hello.
All right, there you go.
Yeah. So where did I cut out?
It was just the last bit. You're fine. Continue.
Okay, good. So yes. So apparently they even don't know who has the remote shutdown, and I'm worried that the other besides the Memorial have the remote shutdown module as well.
Pro kind of says, "Well, I imagine they have the remote shutdown themselves. There's probably something hooked up to one of their ships or a nearby FOB. Probably."
Now, probably, but granted, these are training legs, but that
Aren't they
got
used
me
training mechs?
wondering. I don't know, But that got me wondering if everyone else had like training shutdown module on them as well, and especially the one that arrived as well.
Hmm.
Issue.
Yeah, thanks. Alright, I'll keep an eye on it. Ooh,
Just keep an
yikes.
eye out. Also, make sure it's not a bomb like last time. You know.
Yeah, was not have any of that repeat. Though, alright, that does
Yeah.
remind me. I
Uh,
told you I was gonna do a little looking around, and I was getting some odd looks from some people, some of the Memorens, I guess.
is that so?
Yeah. Well, not sure if they know that I'm a paracausal wielder yet, which is good, I guess. The guild's been pretty good about keeping that secret.
That's good to know.
That being said,
You know, now I'm starting.
yeah.
I'm now starting to know why it's starting to get like kind of paranoid about being like I found out being Pentecostal now.
Hmm. Well, outside of that, somebody, what was it? He kind of looks over. You can see he's like, it sounds like he's looking for something. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wrote it down just so I didn't forget. There was... Right. Some of the people that came with the new shipment, they got some weird... how do I put it? I don't think they're Memoran regular forces.
Oh,
Yeah, some of them
what kind?
had some... I don't know how to put it. Some of them had some symbols. Maybe it's part of a new... I know that they were making new branches recently.
She cut them off. What kind of symbol?
I kind of thinks. It looks like a...
Just
maybe
describe
a...
it.
Kind of says maybe like a black ring of fire or something.
Anything else? Like,
Mm,
kind of.
no, not really. They also,
The black ring?
well, the thing about it is, I don't think I think they were trying to keep it hidden. I was thinking maybe they were some type of special forces unit, but I noticed well, one of them kind of caught me looking one time, and I mean, they acted casual about it. Like, like, oh, hey, how would I put it? Oh, yeah, we're just getting some stuff loaded here. And when I, just kind of nodded off and continued on my way.
Come on. Come on, hon.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know.
Ugh,
That's
yells
alright. It's
again.
alright. Just
Yeah. No, anyway, they had some, they just had some weird looks. Like they, like getting caught with your pants down. I figured it was because they had some experimental tech they didn't want the guild to see. You know how the things are, secrets and all. But I don't think that's the case.
I don't think that's the case either. But
If you want
black
my
ring, you said?
honest opinion about it,
Oh, sorry.
I think that
Yeah, go ahead.
these might be related to the people that we fought, or that you guys fought in that building, or then what's his name, and
Yeah.
Darren's place.
Well, keep an eye out on that,
But
alright?
if that's the case, why are they here?
Well, either to reinforce their stuff or probably doing something shady as shit, as usual.
Maybe. It just makes me wonder, right? I mean, if they're here, it's probably because they want something, right?
Probably so. Just keep your eyes on the swivel, yeah?
I will. You stay safe as well. I'll
Safe
do
as
what I
well, huh?
can to find about what they sent over. Pleasure. I think it was... He looks over. Wait, yeah. So I said, yeah, armonite materials, weapons, things like that. I think they mentioned that it was support for the guard detail, is what it was signed off as.
But God, yeah, I don't buy it. Just make sure someone that's not with them.
I didn't either, but yeah.
Alright. You, what? What's up?
Nothing, just nothing. Hey, how's Brew and Titus doing?
Titus? He looks better. He's pretty much the same as always.
Oh, you mean
Yeah, almost
irritable and quiet?
got. Yeah, same as usual. Almost got caught on the name list after waking up.
Oh, Nameless can be cranky sometimes. It just
Yeah,
depends.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Andrew, well, and probably not acting like his usual self, just
Hmm?
sulking.
Sulking.
Yeah,
Why? Did he get in like? Did he get in like a
well,
argument with someone? What happened?
probably
Bad date?
some path like coming up. You can say that. Probably like a path coming up to haunt him again, I guess.
Past. Huh. I don't really know much about Brew's past now that I think about it. I mean, I know
You
he
should
was
ask me
a
about
Memorem Civil War vet, but outside of that, not really much. He doesn't really talk about it. I haven't really asked, but I know he's done a lot for Memorem, though. I kind of admire it, you know?
it. Yeah, I can see that, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess in a weird way, it's. I don't know. I guess I kind of see Brew as like
Uh-huh.
kind of thanks.
As a what?
I guess like a older brother, I guess.
I was about to say you saw them have a daddy.
No, not like that. But he helped me a lot recently. I've been difficult as it comes to romantic stuff. I've been trying to be a bit more out of my. How does he put it?
See it clearly, yeah.
I've been trying to be a bit more personable, and he's been helping me a lot with that. Really helped me work through some things.
Yeah, I can see it like showing through as well.
And
Yeah.
I
Tough
respect
up
that.
about it, yeah.
I guess I respect that Titus is, I guess, kind of. I mean, obviously he's a bit rough around the edges, but it
I know
seems like
what.
Oh yeah.
he.
See. Like what?
But it seems like he's doing what he can. Talked with Balin about him the other day, and she told me a lot about how he used to. He used to be as irritable as he is now, but she says something's changed about him. I don't know, just. It's nice to know that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no
Go ahead.
thanks. What was that?
Well, apparently, say this out loud, but trying to find someone that's from his past, apparently.
Oh, one
A
of.
girl, apparently.
Girl? Huh. It, I mean, I guess Titus, it's not surprising. I guess he's older, so he probably did have a relationship in the past. Why, what happened? Like, is this a bad thing? What happened?
It's really a bad thing. I think they're related. Not too long ago.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of gets quiet for a second.
Ba-do-do-ba-do.
Do you think that he's
Oh, you're right.
no, it's just I guess I was just thinking about that. You think he's gonna Nah, he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
What, you think he's got a kill?
No, just
No.
I guess I'd like to think that Titus likes
No.
us enough that he would not.
Nah, he won't. I'm sure he won't. Probably arrest, but not kill.
Hmm.
Hopefully, I think. But
You kind of
yeah.
thinks,
I
when I think of Titus, I guess I'd like to think that if I don't really know what Titus did back in the day, I guess it's a bit presumptuous of me to say this, but I kind of wish that I could. He seems like he's
yeah.
so unfazed by his past in some ways. At least I guess the way he carries
Mm.
himself. But I don't know.
I mean, he's like, huh? Maybe
Hmm?
probably does get affected by his past, but I don't know.
No, he doesn't really show it. I mean, he did apparently. Apani's mentioned he has, but I guess always kind of see him as pretty reserved on that front.
Yeah, but
Unlike
actually,
me, I
Truth is a
guess.
big old softy. A big old softy. Kind of like you.
Yeah, kind of like me.
Kind of like you. Anyway, I'm gonna have to let you sleep. Sorry about calling you up this late.
Hmm.
Hey, oh,
Ah, yeah.
and be
I'll
safe.
see you.
Yeah,
I'll see you later, and stay safe out there. All right.
yes,
I'll tell you if anything
you.
changes here.
Yeah, and probably put a take a lookout for anything. Just be safe, alright?
Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
Oh, and the
Nothing's
crow.
gonna happen to me.
Oh, yeah, right. And the crow.
Hmm?
Uh, yeah. Himiko's voice gets emotional a bit. Says, hello.
Hmm? Yeah. Same.
Good
Hmm.
night.
Night.
And she logged out.
Yep. And that's it for that. Titus.
Mhm.
All right.
But sorry for
Me,
that. Yes, you.
I'm not sure now because I know. Oh, but Apani didn't say anything.
Yep. If I didn't say
The real
anything.
question is, or is Titus going to take you? Because he did want to talk. He did at least want to have some conversation with him before the summit started.
Oh
He just
wait.
kind of made it to the very last second.
That's true.
Before you do that, Tyrus, I think Imuk will probably mention about the guard at the island where Crow is at with the symbol on them. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If Emiko, can Apani be a light sleeper? So if Emiko comes in the room, Apani will instantly wake up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Makes
Oh.
sense.
Yeah, she okay. Yeah, she's out there. I
It is.
yeah, who's up?
I think.
You cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. I think.
Yeah.
I think you cut out me or
Yes,
someone
you.
else.
You, Pepper. You
You
cut
muted
out.
him?
Yeah.
Oh, what was it again? Sorry.
You said you were gonna do something. I assume when you came into the room with Apani and Latricia.
I think I would also mention to them about calling up the Crow, seeing how he's doing, and also apparently there's a couple of guards in the on the island now with wearing a red a black ring symbol.
A black fire ring or a black ring of fire.
Yeah. I like to
Black ring of
ask if they
fire
know.
Mm-hmm.
Black ring of fire. I would like to ask if
and
they
a red
reveal it.
hawk.
Oh. Yeah, and I would ask them to if they know anything about that. That's it.
You asking a Pawnee?
Yeah, Bonnie and Latricia. Also,
Latricia. Not. I could roll something for her.
oh yeah, I can also roll that up as
Oh
well.
my god. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Aren't the black rings of fire Red Hawks? Or is
Nope.
that a separate one?
Red Hawks are red.
Oh.
Well, red hawks, literally. They're red. They look like red hawk symbols.
Apani will say, so we have two groups to miss?
All
Yeah,
right.
probably.
So you're saying this to Apani and Latricia, right?
And also Tired if he's there as well.
I guess he's in the room. Well,
Oh,
no,
we
he's
could
not
go
in
in your
that
room.
room, but he's in, the loft room. So
Yeah,
you mentioned it to
Come on,
Titus.
in the girl.
Titus, roll me a recollection, unless you remember off the top of your head.
Oh. Shit. Okay, fine. Oh, not 11.
All right. Is that supposed to be a +1? Is that what that's supposed to be?
It's supposed to be a -1.
Oh, -1, so 14. Okay. So.
Well, yeah, 14.
Wait, why is your cognition? Wait, or not? I'm sorry. What? You wrote a recollection, right?
Yeah, my cognition is.
I guess I'm so used to you have. I guess it's because you have so many points in some of your cognition skills. I forget that it's a -1 normally.
Yeah, that was on purpose. I dumped them
Okay.
on
That-
my knowledge.
I just it's just surprising to me because I'm like, yeah, so it's a 14.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we had a nat 20 and okay. So Titus, you remember you have seen a symbol like this before. Remember during that 6-month period when you were with Allure and Balin and you were going in Memorem a couple times? I mean, I guess it wasn't during the entire 6 months, but when you were going on your visits, you would see. Remember this? Remember when I told you would see some graffiti that would sometimes say the retribution is near?
Yeah.
Sometimes, accompanying that, there would be a black ring of fire. Near, like, kind of a symbol nearby of that. Or, I should say fire. It's not actually fire, but it's fire-like. Like, the texture of it looks like a fire. It's actually something else, but still.
Okay.
Sometimes there would be it would be that ring, there'd be a fist in between it. Sometimes it would just be the ring, and then, like, the retribution will be, the retribution is coming, as often, like, you would saw, like, stapled next to it. As you're kind of thinking about that and remembering that, Latricia kind of thinks, and she snaps her fingers. And Emiko, you remember during one of your visits, specifically when you guys were staying with Ishin during your trip with Crow back to his hometown. You recall that there was a group of people in the street one time when you guys were walking past, just during like one of your days, like casually going through Tarot or something like that, that were brandishing symbols that looked like a black ring. At the time, it was kind of innocuous to you, and from what you remember hearing, you remember this is culturally a symbol of. It's kind of like a cultural symbol for Memorem that symbols like how would I put it? It usually symbolizes kind of a return or a kind of like renewal. It's supposed to symbolize like it's kind of a slightly associated with the silent dusk, which is the one faith of Desada or Desadara.
Yeah.
That you've seen around Memorem generally, like the necrotic, or not necrotic, but like the dark kind of like understanding of ice into the dark, the understanding of like death passing on, and that faith, right? The faith of the wheel is often sometimes what it's part of, or the faith of the wheel are two faiths, but the one I'm talking about is the necrotic, the dark one is associated with death. Not necessarily evil, just it's associated with death.
Yeah.
It's usually, like I said, it's usually a symbol of returnal or renewal. It has other connotations depending on the context. It can sometimes be a symbol of action. So in a sense of like returnal or renewal, it can also be that of like recompense and revenge. It's a symbol of it's kind of a symbol in all ways of a cycle or a symbol of karma in some cases. So the context of when it was like brandished around, you don't remember it being like anything super bad necessarily. It seemed like it was a symbol around some some members of like the faith in that area that seemed to be handing out some stuff to they seem to be handing out some stuff to some of the impoverished citizenry, like food and things like that. And in that context, it's more of like a karmic, like, or returnal of like returning that which is undue to the people that need it, and like the poor. Returning, like you could almost say, like returning something of the state to the people, like in this case, health or food. But it could have negative connotations depending on the presentation. And this symbol, as she kind of remembers, it usually is kind of like a solid ring, like solid black ring, not normally like a wavering fiery one. So it might be something bringing that idea, but with a different twist to it. We'll say. And Latricia would relay that to all of, well, yeah, I guess everyone here.
What does that mean exactly?
Letitia kind of says, I guess in layman's terms, it's a karmic symbol that can be good or bad depending on the presentation. So maybe, in a way, you're trying to say that what goes around comes around. Or what you could be also trying to say is we should return, like, in a sense of, like, life and death, you know, like how the faith of the wheel is a circle. Life and death are intrinsically tied, so, you know, you'll go she kind of makes, like, a gesture with her hand, like, you'll go the circle, and eventually at the same point, I guess? I'm not really familiar.
Why exactly is a faith over there with Crow?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know there are a lot of Memorens assigned to the Desada faith, so that's probably why they have the Black Wheel. Then again, and I think Memorem has a lot of Desada faith culture around it, so it's not surprising, I guess, that they'd have a black ring. Though I know the symbol is different. Normally, the faith of the wheel, even the Sada, or the Silent Dust portion, normally still has like a black wheel. I guess the circle's just, or the ring's more just of Memorem's take on it.
I wouldn't trust it.
Well, I don't think it necessarily means things bad. I mean, when we were in the city, it seemed to be like a returning of things that belong, well, return of health, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, they could have picked a better symbol than that, especially with what goes around comes around. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, she kind of like puts up her hands. I don't mean to suggest that the symbol's overtly aggressive. I've just heard that context be mentioned with it. I think like, I guess
Yeah,
what's the word, karma, as it would apply. If it's a, you know, I guess karma can be seen as like a circle, like you do something, or an action as in you do an action and there's a reaction.
It could also probably be hijacked, you know, probably under a false flag.
Probably, but the ring and the circle for Desada are different. I mean, at least in the way that they're presented. This one seems to be more closely tied to Memorem's view of the Silent Dust, whereas, but then again, they said fiery ring, right? I don't remember seeing a fiery ring. the ring that we saw was solid.
Is there like a different like groups of factions compared? I mean, not like that.
Maybe what you said before is true. You said something like hijacking it. Maybe they took that symbol and adapted it to what they wanted to symbolize.
Yeah, and also apparently, when I was talking to Krill, apparently they were also, in his own words, caught with their pants down. Um,
So it's
Crow
something they
said
didn't want to be seen. At least not yet.
not only that, it's suspicious that they also came with a mech.
Yes, that does trouble me.
Yes.
We have guild forces there, though, so they should be able to defend whatever they need to. But it sounds like our insurgent group is probably making their move. If this is their symbol, then that means that they're about to do something.
Need to be careful.
Right.
Also, we should probably.
You're quiet. Say it again.
Hello.
There you are.
We should also protect people on the car.
I heard mostly what you said, but it did go in and out. But yes, she kind of nods. I agree. If that's the case, though, so it seems like as she's kind of like waking up a little bit more, if we have to protect two areas, maybe Lyshishka and some of the guild forces should head over in that area, and we should mainly be the ones protecting the event then.
Sounds like a plan.
We should. Sounds like a plan.
It means that we won't have a lot of external support, but we should be fine. There's other groups there as well. And no one's gonna want the officials inside, because everyone's officials are inside that summit. No one's gonna want them dead. Well, outside of anyone that's attacking, if they do.
Maybe. Oh yeah. Did you find anything on your end, Trish?
She would relay like mostly what you guys, what that was talked about with Apani and the others today, and then Macy as well.
Oh shit. What did she find?
She would just say, it seems like there's another group, potentially, whatever the Red Hawk group is, the Altus, or whatever they're called. They might be doing something here. It seems like what Apani thinks, and I concur. They're probably going to attack the Shantytown area where a lot of the Memorens and these can live.
Oh, ain't that dirty?
Not sure if this is going to happen during or after the summit, but it seems like they've been moving more people that are allied with them, or aligned with them in that area. I was doing a little bit of digging to figure out who the commanding officer here is, but it seems as though the commanding officers, I think I have their name, but I don't have it on me right now, but she would say the name of the commanding officer. It's not any of the people that you so far you've met. It's not Ivan or Koa or anything like that. They are commanding officers, but they're not the ones for the Citiver area. So it seems like my estimation would be that they know some things, or they're in somewhat on it. But of course we don't have any proof of that. Even if something were to happen with these troop movements, at most they could be... She kind of thinks. At most, they'd be able to feign that they didn't know that there was going to be some type of movement like this. Not only that, they also might just... I was thinking about this as well when Macy was saying something. If they do attack... Oh, sorry, wrong voice. If they do attack, that means that... Or if they do attack, they're not going to probably attack with regular Consortium forces. That would be too on the nose. And I think it's going to match something to like what we've to similar to what we saw at remember in Haiti, or near the Veil tribe. They didn't. It wasn't Consortium forces that did all of that. It was the Valiant Hawks militia group. So they'll probably
Yes,
use.
that's true.
Hmm.
That is true.
Go ahead.
What she said.
Oh, she's
Apani was just saying yes, that's true.
So I get. She says, what I mean is, if they're going to attack, it's going to be a subsidiary group, not their main group. So I imagine whatever people they've moved will probably act as what's to say, useful, there's a word, alibis to what's happening, or accomplices. They'll probably feign any type of accidents happening, at least until things get really bad, and they'll try to delay or postpone any type of aid that comes to the area.
Okay, that sounds good.
Well, that wouldn't be good.
Oh,
I mean, if it's the best we've got,
no,
then
that's
No, she's describing what they would do, like as in they're going to. What basically she's
oh,
saying is
okay,
that
never mind.
they're not going to attack with a main force or anything necessarily. They're going to have a group of militia people or some like subsidiary group come and do the shit, and then just act
So I
like
don't
nothing's
get
happening.
Oh, okay.
That's what she means.
Oh. Can we get as many people as possible without necessarily making every other group vulnerable? The Shantytown? And just in the locations we know they're going to be?
If we try and do some, the difficult thing is knowing where they'd be. Macy said she was trying to dig up more information on what their movements were like, but I imagine they might not necessarily be all stationed around yet. There's probably going to be a few people in the area that do stuff, and then probably some people that funnel in from the outskirts getting let in. Past that, though, if Macy can't do anything, if Lyshishka does stations people around the town, and you said Ishin was planning on having people stay around the town as well to do stuff. If that's the case, we can probably thwart whatever's happening in the town and have the guild act as a buffer on the outer edge. Even if the consortium or the control guard there are in on things, if they're shown to directly be stopping us from, well, defending the area, that would look bad. At most, they can do is be obtuse, but if we have guild people there, we can trust that they'll do something to stop whatever happens. That just means that that leaves us with dealing with the other group, whatever they plan on doing. This Black Ring group. You were really quiet. Pepper?
damn this microphone.
You might wanna. Can you unplug it and plug it back in, or is it on like your phone?
Yep, on my phone. Hello.
All right, there you are.
Yeah. Well, Imako would probably say, hopefully Crow and the others get the bottom to it over there on their end.
Right.
Either way.
Worried about that. I mean, how is she? Ooh, does she want to say? Do you think Crow's safe?
Well, with those seemingly innocuous mechs and a potentially dangerous group on there, I will say 50-50. But I trust Crow that he'll be all right. Hopefully.
Why would they go?
Eh.
She kind of just thinks. I'm. There's too many unknowns. I feel like there's a reason that they sent that if there's forces there from their group there's gotta be a reason. Why would they go there? They're either looking for something or
Oh, they are. they found, I'm guessing.
But that would mean they'd have to know insider information about things. Which, I mean, I guess from it sounds like there's many of them around insurgents in Memorem at this point.
Either that, or they're looking for something on the island. Remember that thing?
Right. It's quiet, but I can't hear you.
Mm.
Oh,
faded
is there
out-
anything?
Yeah, you faded out into obscurity. Yep, I can. Don't worry. Applying. But yes,
Okay.
as that kind of
Probably turn over to bed.
right.
Get up very.
She just nods. It's just said not to worry that she had a plan.
I hope that's a good.
I want to trust her. I'm just. You can see Latricia's hand kind of like clamping a bit, like she's a little. You can tell she's a little nervous.
Even will probably walk up to her on the hand that probably work it out tomorrow.
She nods and she just says, "I'm sure he'll be safe." She just kind of like lays back down and kind of you can tell her tail kind of swings around a bit and like scoops over to Apani and like she just kind of pulls you both in close.
Oh.
Oh, it's quiet, but I assume you said something. Pepper?
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah. Wait.
Maybe
Yeah, I said like.
you might want to restart your phone.
Yeah.
That's alright. Well, oh, Babber?
Yeah. Yes,
I
but
don't.
also.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, but also she would say like, yeah, she would probably like turn in and just like soothe you with her good night.
Mm-hmm. Titus, is there anything you would like to do tonight, or would you like to wait for the next day?
Go investigate more.
Well, if he does that, he's not going to get a good long rest. That's the thing.
Oh, I'm not. I think what I'm gonna do though,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to. Yeah. I'm gonna go wherever the fuck machine's room is.
Okay.
Like shit, I would watch it.
You can go to Ashin's room. When you knocking at the door. Titus. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Did you say you were gonna knock?
Yeah.
Yep. You hear you knock against the door. There's a couple moments before someone comes up to the door and opens it, and you can see that it is the fox-eared woman that you saw before at the bar. She looks up. She seems to be in kind of like a nightgown, and she like looks. Yes.
Oh. Is Sheen here?
Yes, he's
Room, right?
She will nod.
Yeah.
I can. She kind of looks up. I can wake him, and she will motion for you to kind of come in.
I kind of.
She like, as she closes the door, she locks it. You can see as you kind of enter in. What's your passive inspection?
Oh, my passive inspection?
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's 10 plus whatever the your modifier.
What you mean?
I think it's a. That's the case. Let me see. Yeah, it's an 11.
What about an awareness? What's your passive awareness?
That is a 17.
17. There, briefly after she locks the door and you're kind of like walking in the room, there was her arm was kind of behind her back when she answered the door. You can see like after she locks the door and kind of turns around, she just puts back on like the side of her leg on a holster. She had a side arm basically pulled right. She
Oh,
just puts it back in place, and she seems to like walk back into the room without much issue. She does not seem to like pay much mind if you notice. She just kind of goes back, sits down, and she will go over. Actually, not sit down. She'll go over to one of the rooms. She'll knock at the door. There's a little bit of shuffling you hear, and you see someone come to the door. There's something. He looks out, and you see. Oh, well, that's. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Roca. I will. She kind of says, just not to stay up too late. You have a big day tomorrow.
yeah.
She kind of
I
gives him like a pat
I
on the
didn't
shoulder, and she
think
will
you'd be
walk to her
asleep.
room. He kind of holds up his hand. No, it is fine. It is a long time coming. This conversation, us talking. I will not hold you for long as well.
Yeah.
I will need your strength for tomorrow. It seems that there will be quite a few
I will.
festivities. He will walk in the room and kind of sit down on like a couch, or like what is it called? A love seat? It's like the singular or two person.
A love seat?
Is that what that's called? Love seat?
A singular two-person count. I think it's a love.
Yeah, I think it's called a love seat.
I've
Yeah.
heard of a love seat.
It's like a two cushion couch basically. He'll sit on one side and there's another one that's like a single. There's like a long couch and there's like another single chair one, or single. Chair couch.
I'll just sit in the chair,
Yeah, across from him. I'll just sit down.
and then I just kind of look at him and her. So is what she was like on your detail, and that's why you're in the same room, or are y'all two?
He chuckles. We are. He says, "There's no need for that concern. We're not in that type of relationship. She is the head of my guard detail.
Okay.
She
Okay.
is a little
That
bit
makes sense,
more concerned with my safety. I told her that it'd be fine if she would wish to stay in her own room, but she, well, you know what I mean. Prefer stay in one of one of the other rooms with her group. However, she prefers to be closer. I think she says, I believe the girl believes that I'll just kill over
I've had one of those
without
before.
getting watched." He nods to you. Yes.
I definitely stand.
He kind of looks over.
Kind of looks around.
He nods.
Oh,
You should ask
kind
the
of
question you
for a
wish to.
second.
Hmm?
I said it's just kind of awkward for a second,
Yeah,
or
it's kind of like an awkward silence, and then he just kind of looks over and says, Titus, you can ask the question about your records if you'd like. It is fine.
yeah. Suppose I shouldn't really ask why. I can kind of gather why. Guess what I really should ask.
Or what reason did I
What do
have
you
to-
know?
Kinda nods. I know that you are a man that has done a lot of bad in his life. Somewhat against, not necessarily of his own fruition. I know that you are a man with a checkered past, has done some good for the Memorem community, as well as some bad that has scarred it and marked it for, we'll say, unsavory things. I know you are a man that works for the guild and does things with the guild union as part of Team Shadow Guardians. You are a man of many different things, but namely, I know you are a man that is capable of change. Not everyone gets a second chance at life.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's best that we not squander our chances when they're provided for us. He looks at you a bit more intently. I wanted to give you that chance.
It's gonna-
That is why I did it. I changed your records to Titus Crow, being presumed or believed dead. I can. He kind of looks up and he thinks. Before you ask, the man that was Titus Crow, the one that led the Silver Lotus, the one who, as I have heard, ran away from them for one reason or another, and ended up somehow showing up at the Guild Union's doorstep after a rather interesting recommendation from a certain former member of that group that used to work for a salvaging operation. I can write the words that Titus Crow is dead, but only one man can really put that man to rest and make anew. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of leans back in his chair.
That is kind of stand up. At his hand. Then he looks back at you as he pulls his hood off. Or back at his sheet. Yeah.
See, your horn, he kind of nods. I noticed your horns got longer earlier.
Yeah. Don't really know what that's supposed to mean.
I guess another
To be
change.
honest. No, my kind of hesitates for a second, and then it's like a really short like slant of darkness just across his entire face, and then it just cuts back to normal for another second, and then it continues. My mother had really, they were like armed. She had a girl that far. No, they could get that big. I never really had that type of trait. They were always short, below my hair, always passes. Not human, at the very least celestial.
Oh, also, Paul, you might want to
Oh.
reconnect the chat. There's a little bit of feedback.
Oh shit. What is this? It is blowing directly
Oh.
at my face. Hold on.
Wait, I've been muted the whole
Oh, have you been saying something?
Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, no, I haven't said anything.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you were muted. I didn't realize if you weren't.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
Oh, that sounds better. Yeah.
what was I saying?
Yeah. You were talking about your mother. Yes.
Yeah. Her horns were long as hell. They were like, what did I say? Forearm length? Arm length? Arm
Mhm.
length. And mine were always short. Well, my hair I could cover as a celestial if I needed to. Most of the times I did. Know how devil can get treated.
Yes. It is not lost on me. Many Memorems that are of fiendish lineage. They are no different than any other Memorem to my eyes, might I add. But it is true. There has been much issue as it pertains to fiendish kin. Maybe not as much as there has been in the Consortium in our country, but there still is some. Something I have hoped to rectify recently.
But them being this long is kind of difficult to hide them.
And perhaps they are not something to be hidden.
I'm starting to think.
But that's aside from
You know, it's yes.
I suppose for most of my life I've struggled with was like my own my life was supposed to die when I was a child. It didn't. Moment after moment, things happened and somehow made it to kind of gestures to himself. Decisions I've made around that time. Stares off for a second, almost like he's reminiscing. Or not like reminiscing, but you know, just thinking back.
Yeah, thinking back, yeah.
I understand what I've done. And no, I'm not proud of it.
That's a start.
If I were to live my life over and change a single thing, as he looks dead man at Dean, I know what I am. I know what I've done. But my actions also allowed me to meet the people that I did. I have a family that I would have anything for.
He looks up to the
And-
sky, or not sky, but the ceiling as you speak.
And I found out that they were dead. I felt kind of lost, especially since really to blame for that for leaving.
Did it eat at you?
But
The loss, I mean.
it's now find out that not only are they not dead, but they're in action, enacting parts of a plan that I laid out half a decade ago.
The past has a way of haunting us, it does appear. Our past actions, our past failings, our past friends and family. You can see he grabs a little bit of the arm of the chair, or the seats.
My next question, I guess. How much did you know about them?
Enough. He looks back down. I knew enough.
Or you kept track of the organization when I was leading it, which means you know when I left.
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you have an idea of what happened after I.
The organization was disassembled. Members were either eating each other alive, well, not literally, but you know what I mean. Outside of that, the main upper echelon was hunted down and presumed to be dead by the Consortium. However, it appears as if that was grossly exaggerated.
Only imagine. It
You said you can only imagine.
infuriates me.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Continue, sorry. I just wanted to make sure.
It yeah. It infuriates me that I wasn't there. Me off that I caused most of it.
We cannot take back our actions in the past. We can only look forward and make sure
No.
that we do not make those same mistakes in the future. the current times as well. He looks at you intently when he says that. You said that you would not look away from your past actions. You would not do anything over again, as you said, differently. Then the only way...
Maybe one thing.
He looks over. One thing. The eyebrow raises.
Kind of looks off into the distance, kind of past him. I wouldn't have left.
He kind of chuckles at that a bit. I see. It's unfortunate that your group went the way that it did. Another time, in another place, I would have loved to have them work with me. Disenfranchised ones from Memorem, working to build a new Memorem. A better one. Kind of looks over. The failings on your part are not yours alone, and equally as mine, equally as many of my predecessors. Our actions and inactions, our apathy, our scorn, all of it led to the eventualities that would place many of you in the situations you did. It took me a long time to accept and reconcile that fact. My own failings, my own sins, you could say. But wallowing will not save anyone, will not help our people. It will not give them a future that they deserve. He looks at you. It will not help your new family. But I'm sure you know this. Or if you have not,
I do.
it is time for you to realize. He nods.
Thing no.
Oh, say it again.
And no, he's just kind of thinking that.
Oh, okay. He looks out he looks out, like, of the window, kind of like past the blinds. You know, I mentioned to Apani, there was once a time in my life where I thought I would be leading the charge of revolutionaries to tear down a place like this. No doubt, I'm sure you've had many of your thoughts about it as well. But in a strange, odd way, I do find it quite beautiful, the skyline.
Looks out into the city and reluctantly nods, shrugs. I guess if you like all that shit.
Yes, I met many people today. Memorems, Lapsians, Oracvane, Noblesians. Alto died pact. All of us, Lapsians. I believe it is time that we started understanding that. He looks back at you with a kind of different intent in his eyes.
I glean what kind of intent that is.
It seems like determination, just like a very determined look. Probably one of the more determined looks you've seen from him, like assuredness, confidence, and very much like matter-of-factness.
Yeah. I just kind of gives a chuckle. No, who's gonna have to start that change.
It is not lost on me. I am also
You
aware...
know it's damn near impossible.
Just because something is difficult does not mean it shouldn't be attempted, Titus. After all, there was once a time in your life where I'm sure you would see something like where you are now as an impossibility.
Unless there was money in it.
Well, times change, and so can people. Sometimes for the worse, but sometimes for the better. how that change occurs and what starts with it. It is our ability and responsibility to do so, as the ones that are shepherding things towards the future. It's funny. That line actually is not of my own. A close friend once told me
It
it's
didn't sound like it.
a close friend indeed. It's a shame. He
And I never remember this guy.
closes his eyes a bit, thinking. He was an unfortunate man.
Was it?
His name was Hawari in Wata. Wait. I want to make sure I say his name right. I think it was Hawari in Watar, but I'm gonna make sure, because if I say
I
it wrong,
think that is it because I made the joke about. I made the Himawari joke.
yes,
Naruto from Boruto,
yes,
so I think
you
that
did.
was
Yeah,
it.
it was Hawari in Watar. That's his full name. Yes, his name was Hawari
Yeah.
in Watar, of the Watar House, one of the few surviving members of that Memorem House. My ally and freedom fighter during the Civil War.
Oh, yeah. Your other friend talked about.
I imagine Tahari with his loose lips.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, Tahari hates the man, or hated the man. He's long since gone now.
You sure?
When you say that, his expression changes from that of like a slight, like it was a smile, but not like a smile of like glee, but like more of like memory. You think like a kind of reminiscent of
Yeah, just thinking back.
Yeah, and when you say that, it changes to a frown. Yes, I'm sure. The man that Hawari was.
Not as sure as I was that my friends were all dead.
He looks at you.
Kind of leans in to study his
No.
face.
What I mean is that the man that I once knew as Hawari is no longer alive. Whether or not his husk, the husk of what remains, wanders around.
What exactly happened?
He kind of thinks back. Titus, you feel a link into your mind.
Oh gosh.
And you hear, I almost said Hawari, I'm sorry. You hear Ishin's voice enter as he says,
Plot twist of the century. I start hearing Hawari.
yeah, so you start hearing Hawari's voice. No, you hear Ishin's voice. And you start to feel like subtle sensations, and he kind of says, relax your mind. I'm going to show you a few things. Some memories.
Well, obviously his guard is always completely up,
Right, it's
but
gonna be up.
strangely enough, he kind of drops it. It opens. Literally opens everything.
As that link is connected and a flood of memories. This is, by the way, if you're wondering, this is kind of an evolution of something that Apani has. The mind link that's normally just messages. This is like an evolution. It can happen, so to speak.
Okay.
But as these kind of sensations fill your body, you kind of like slowly blink, and as you're blinking, the lights outside, the kind of firelit candle to the side, begins to waft back and forth kind of almost rhythmically. You feel warm and uncomfortable heat begin to swell across your arm and leg. You kind of blink and you turn, and as you do, you feel almost a stinging, burning sensation as you kind of shrink away. And as you look, you're seeing what looks to be a town, a city maybe, engulfed in flames. People screaming, tearing through buildings and windows, trying to escape. You can see hunger. You feel this urge of hunger, like a pit in your stomach, begin to tighten and twist. You look and see below you people, faces it seems that you do not recognize, clawing forward, asking, begging for assistance. You turn your head and you see, standing, staring, tearfully, a man with pale, with kind of pale dark hair, or pale and dark hair. His kind of tied, I'd say like kind of a ring of hair tied around the base, or kind of the back of the base, and a ponytail going all the way down the bottom with a long flow that kind of goes around to the shoulders. He is an older man, not like an old man, but we'll say a middle-aged man. Sheen is what I'd say is like later middle age, like probably like late 40s. This man seems to be like maybe early 40s to late 30s, at least at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He is crying, tears streaming down his face as he looks, and you turn and see the landscape set ablaze, trees and forests, animals tossing over each other, dying, famine stretched across the land.
But I recognize this location?
Funny enough, you actually do. This is one of the areas, one of the last few areas that were destroyed during the, well, during a Consortium attack in Memorem. Isheen's voice comes in and he says, "We watched our people burn, starve for years. We watched them fight with each other. You can see there, it's like your vision shifts. And you're now seeing what looks to be like a group of Memorans, all with different weapons. One of them with a quarterstaff, one of them with fist. You recognize the kind of like the gauntlets as they kind of bind their hand to kind of scrape them across the gauntlets, and the arcs like begin to unfurl as they begin to just start pummeling into each other. These groups of people, blood flying, bones being shattered, arcs of lightning and necrotic energy going back.
Oh.
And it says, fighting for scraps that they could barely scrounge. Resources were thin. People's humanity even thinner. We watched as a nation abroad. You can see your vision shifts as you're looking off into the lands of the Consortium. It seems like the Delra province prospered after taking resources from our people for years. I could see, and as you see, your vision kind of twists a little bit, and you can see it almost like it narrows in towards the city'scape. You can see that there are many Memorans and people of different groups, beastkin, other what look to be Consortium people, like clawing as well, starving and stuff like that. As you see it, and he says, I could see that the suffering, however, was not ours alone to bear. However, and you see as your vision turns back, the man that was once crying with the dark and pale hair, now with a scowl of anger and rage. But what I saw was lost on my friend. Where I saw the suffering brought onto our people, shared with many across the sphere of Lapsus. their intent or not, he saw something else. Oppressors. Colonizers. Hatred. He kind of turns back and you can see these gaunt faces of... It looks like almost some of the Lapsians you've seen today, like, kind of all staring and pointing, spouting this awful, like... You are hearing, like, random slurs and random speech that says, go back, you know, satellite state, worthless, ours, our territory, like, all these, like, different hateful voices, like, start coming in. To push past hate is not easy. To know where to direct your wrath is even more difficult. Awari could not stifle the hate, and instead let it consume him. Your vision cuts back now. You're looking at what looks to be a Memorem, I guess it looks like fleet, as it heads forward. A hand outstretches, not of your own, but it seems you are inhabiting a body almost as you reach out towards the man. They turn and they point a weapon at you.
Oh.
You feel something fall from around your cheek. You touch your face and you feel a wet drip of a tear and a striking pain in your side. You stumble backwards and look down, and you see a bullet wound. As you stumble back, you look over to them. Now, instead of the fleet, there's an armada that is ripped asunder, destroyed. They are standing, still staggered in their anger. You can see many of your countrymen, people that though you do not recognize, this mind, this body does, dying, scrounging, trying to swim as the ships sink, as the fires burn. You look to your side. A sword. A weapon. You look to your... well, the emotion that senses around you is that of an ally, of a close friend, family. Your hand grips the knife, and it plunges forward before you're sucked back to where you are, or sitting down. Machine, his eyes slowly open, a glint of purple kind of around the rings of his iris as he stares back. Doesn't say anything, he just looks at you.
Oh, I just kind of stops to his knees. It was kind of an intense experience. He's just breathing heavily, and he looks up. What was that?
He looks at you and he says, I am not bloodless myself. I told you. The man that Hawari, the thing, no, my brother, my fellow Memorem, my friend. Hawari and Watar died long ago. By my hand. If there is anything that remains, it is a facsimile of what he used to be. He looks to the side, the glint beginning to dim as he kind of looks out to the skyline again.
That is, he gets back up, composes himself. You killed him?
I thought so.
Why did you not make sure he was dead or something?
Hmm.
Double check?
He kind of thinks. He kind of closes his eyes, or his eyes kind of look down a bit. I suppose I was blinded. Blinded by what I had to do. The idea of it.
Blinded that you potentially failed.
Perhaps I thought that he would foolishly. Perhaps I thought that there was still a part of my brother still in there. My friend. But I should have known when he sent so many Memorems to their deaths willingly like that. I should have known that the hatred had taken root, and there was no fixing it. His wrath would not have just consumed the Consortium. He looks at you. It would have consumed Memorem as well. I do not know what he saw. No, I do. But there was something different. I remember he told me that he'd found something before all of this. A weapon, or some type of tool, he said. Something that would be able to enact his wrath. At first, I went along with it. I was consumed by a similar hate. But the more I started to stop and look at the family, the people that are around me. My fellow Memorems that was sacrificing. The impoverished all around Lapsus, and I could not assign more to their deaths for such a failing ideology. For one built on nothing but random revenge and appointed aggression. Not one that would cost more of them their lives unwittingly. But I guess in a way that I'm a hypocrite after all. I've brought so many Memorems here for something, in an attempt to reach an not an armistice, but a peace. Perhaps I'm no different. I'm just wearing a nicer cloth. But regardless, I must stay the course on what I believe is right for our people. I must do what I can to help them. I do not know if the husk that was once Hawari wanders still. But if it does, it is a husk and nothing more. I will not make the same mistake I once did. He looks at you.
This is looking down, kind of frowning.
I do not tell you this to say that you need to end your former compatriots and family. I tell you this to understand what awaits them if you do not stop their course of action. Perhaps that means owning up to the sins you've committed, taking the recourse for that even if it risks your own death. But if you do care about them, if that's something you believe that you can pull them out of, it is something you must do. I guess at the time when I thought that I could, it was too late for them, or him. Perhaps it is not for you. It might not work the first time, but He just kind of thinks and doesn't say anything else. I assume you just stay in silence. Oh, go ahead.
For a second,
Yeah.
and then he has a big deep sigh. I'm not going to say you're wrong for calling yourself a hypocrite, or that indirectly you're probably going to be to blame for whatever happens tomorrow.
That is the responsibility of those with power. It should be. Are you prepared for that responsibility, Titus?
Whatever happens afterwards, we'll know when it happens.
Life rarely gives us the opportunities to be prepared for its pitfalls and high rises.
Tell you something that I haven't really told any,
He looks over
not even
to you.
Balin. But when I started in this guild, I didn't give a shit. That, I mean, you can tell by my background, that would have been obvious. Eventually, I came to care somewhat of the people I worked with, and became friends. That loyalty that I felt to them was the only thing driving me, not any sense of good or any sense of morality that I might have had when I was younger. Now, like people from things from the past are just coming back, reminding me of what I was, I am. You're saying that whatever I was be different from whoever I choose to be is the exact opposite. I'm sure I may have changed. In the end, I don't think I have it all. Not in the way it really matters. He says as he gets up. Once I found out my old team was still alive, kind of on the fence about everything. Whether or not I would search for them and find them and try to fix my rights or try to fix my wrongs, right my wrongs. There we go. Try to right my wrongs, fix my mistakes, go back to them, whatever that would mean. I was conflicted because what happened when I met with Balin? Changed for the better, honestly, better than I've it somewhat hints to me that life is possible. I don't know what's gonna happen in the future. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I mean, a pretty good idea, but all the same, I know. I don't know what I'm going to do. You know what I want to fight for? My mind is telling me right now that something has to be done. And I need to know what's going to happen, what they're planning, any of it. Need more information. Back then, I was the hard one. I made the tougher calls. I was ruthless. They all followed my lead. For me to try and go up to them and say, "No, stop. Think of a better way. Try to do something better." I can't force myself to do that to them.
Perhaps you need to not
When
look
we
at yourself
all
alone for it. He looks over a bit at the door where Relka's room is. My change now. Forgiveness is a two-way street. Even more reconciling your past. It often takes others helping you to do so. He kind of smiles as he looks over at the room. Perhaps you are afraid of asking the question that you have had in your mind this entire time. Or moreover, asking for help. If you want to know the first step, that is it. He looks to the side. Just something to think about.
he turns around and puts his head back up. I'll see you tomorrow.
Indeed, I will see you as well.
Walks back out. He tries to open the door, but then he realizes that she had locked it, so he just kind of stumbles and unlocks it and then closes it and then walks back out.
Yep. So, everyone having a nice long rest. Some people with some deep thoughts, we'll say.
Mm-hmm.
In the morning,
In the morning.
I'll actually extrapolate what happened so far in the morning. In the morning, you all are up bright and early. Get your stuff on and everything prepared. I believe we discussed this as well, but we're just going to confirm. The armaments that you are bringing, as in like the mechanized infantry that you were allowed to bring, I believe was 3 or 4 units.
Oh,
So
that's-
it was Nameless, it was
Yep.
Sayun's, or is it Sayun's or Titus's unit you were bringing? The Redeemer or the
Sayun's.
Reclaimer? Which one? Sayun's? Okay. Oh, right, because
I
of the
think-
shielding, because of
yeah,
the
it
defensive
was Sayun.
opportunities. Yeah. So Sayun's
Mhm.
unit. And I believe Apani was thinking about bringing her unit, her Pearl unit. And then, was there any other unit you were thinking about bringing?
Could I get my Pearl Core?
Yeah, you can. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, you can take your Pearl Core. So yeah, that'd be 4 units. You, by the way, even if you don't have Crow, you can still have attached equipment, so you can choose. Is there a particular pack you want?
Let's see. Let me get the jetpack one. I think
There's
think it
2.
was.
There's the Ale and the Raven.
I think it was the. Which one did I use the most? Back in the dungeon.
Back in the dungeon, that was the Ale, because the Raven was recently developed. The Raven.
And what was the Raven again?
The Raven Stark is the one that is equipped with 2, I believe, beam What is it? We're gonna, before I misquote and actually say the wrong things to quote, but how about I actually check? How about that? Is it not here? That's bad. Okay. How about we go to, name. Brain is, probably on your Shadow Guardian document, if I didn't mention. Or Shadow Guardian info. Let's go there. You need to update your current objectives, because that is way out of whack. That has still, like, Darren preaching stuff on it. Alright. Is this guild? Yes, it is. Did I put the packs in... No, that's personal equipment. Guild vehicle? Ah, here it is. Vehicle, weapons. Oh, vehicle stats. It's probably in this. Vigilance. Nameless. Okay, we have a lot of units here. What if I just type in pack? Would that work? 66 times you got me fucked up. How about Raven? How about I type in Raven? Stark? How about just Stark? There we go. Alright, we got the... Why? Why you do this to me? I think I found it. Alright, I'm sorry. I did find it. So, we have the Ailstark. That's the one you used to use. That one has the missiles, the 2 twin machine guns on it. There is the other one that was the Raven Excalibur pack, and that one either has... The Excalibur one is made specifically more for the Vanguard unit, the Quartz unit. Outside of that, though, there is it has 2... sabers, energy sabers on it, and it has 2 Stark beam cannons attached to it. It also has an extended battery to allow you to use more energy weapons with more charge life, basically.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the. I think I'll go with the Raven.
Raven? Alright. Oof. So, the Raven. Cool. And then we'll get the other ones in a bit. So, all of you, after determining what units are going to be staying and things like that, Lyshishka will have a lot of the guild forces seemingly, we'll say, not fall back, but kind of be shifted over to another part of the town. They're also increasing the amount of guild teams present in the area, seemingly, or guild officers and guild teams, under the guise of they're doing some inspection quests in the area. They received some rush orders in the early morning about some regular civil infrastructure types of quests in the area, and they are making sure that things are being built properly. Since there was a whole new thing you'll find out about later, but basically there's some redevelopment or some redistribution of wealth that's been kind of allocated in some areas, and it's resulted in some new infrastructure being built in some of the shantytown area. So the guild's just making sure to help. They got a couple quests to help with some towns and some local things. Some people need some monster meat and things like that in the forest, so they're going out and to go help with that. Just regular things. Meanwhile, everyone else, their forces and stuff are around the event. You can see there are some Arrow Echo or Auroch Vane flying vehicles that are kind of going around the sky doing rounds. You can see there are some Consortium mechs that are kind of occasionally walking around the area in the field and stuff like that. You see Macy kind of sitting on top of one of a certain unit that kind of looks over to you guys and nods as she gets back in the cockpit and will walk the rounds with her group. You can see there is definitely like military forces like on the ground around, just like walking, not just like armored knights and stuff. Tidefact doesn't seem to have any vehicles. You just see there's like 2 squads of like honor guard, and then one like party of like maybe about 2 parties each of Porphyllors that seem to be giving them like enchantments and stuff like that, and kind of supporting them as they're kind of just wandering, doing the rounds. The Mariners seem pretty laid back, and they're just kind of chilling. There's actually not a lot of them around. It seems like they might have been shifted over to the dock area and monitoring that. The Tide Pack is split half and half, and the Mariners are kind of... Actually, I apologize. I said that backwards. So there's actually more Tide Pack at the docks, and there's more Mariners up here. But there is about a half and half, there's a half and half split with the Mariners. I apologize. So they're kind of relaxed. The Tide Pack seems to be taking most of the rounds. They just don't seem to be really doing much to stop them, or caring. The Control Guard is normally stationed around the area and the city, but, you know, some in other more specific areas than others. Noblesse groups seem to be working with the guild a lot, but that's because of the kind of correlation between the two. Yes, so after... Oh, wait, yeah, I should probably switch to music. I apologize. Let's change our tune. Let's go with Lapsus Mirth, shall we? Yeah, we'll go with that one. So, actually, I got a better one. Where is it? I bet it's I know it's somewhere around here. I know you're somewhere around here. No. Nope. That's not that playlist. Nope. I love it when I lose my, undecided folder. Environment? No, it wasn't environment. I swear I just had this, like, pulled up recently. I've even used it in the campaign already. I just don't... No, I can't search either. That's kind of an unfortunate thing, is that you can't search for you can search for them in, like, the root folder, or, like, the manage audio thing, but you can't search for them, in other ways. Ah, found it. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Yep, that's the track I was looking for. Alright, anyway, sorry. OCD is now satiated. So, as I have outlined that all those groups are kind of around doing their rounds, you would be escorting Ishine. It seems like they take, the leaders are all kind of going together, but kind of in, like, I'd almost say like an order, like a single file order, where there's like groups in front of groups in front of groups. There's like a group. The Consortium Council people go in seemingly first, followed by the Auroch Vein, followed by your group, and then followed by followed by the Tide Pack, then followed by the Noblesse group, followed by your group, then the Alto group, and then the Auroch Vein. They kind of the Auroch Vein seems to be the last group that comes in. And yes, they are brought in. Or as you guys are brought in, you can see the various people around, or I guess as you're walking through the town, you can see the various people walking around, or kind of looking in from their windows and such like that, waving over to the different leaders and to the different soldiers and such. There are some cheers, not really any boos or anything. You would see a group of several groups of different, I guess, I wouldn't really say protesting groups, but just different groups of notability. You see one of the groups that you saw yesterday with the red hawk symbols and stuff like that. You see a bunch of other little symbols with them too. One that matches like the Valiant Hawks, and another group you're not sure about. They're kind of talking down to any of, like I said, the Alto, the Auroch Bane, Noblesse, basically anyone that's not like the main first council group that walks by, pointing at all of you and things like that. Point to the guild, and they call them invaders and stuff like that. Then there's another group, that Neo C group. Oh, go, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was about to say, just like waving a hand, waving like a little smug grin, like yes,
Mm-hmm.
hello, hi.
The Neo C group, or the Neo Consortium is what they're actually called, group. They, like the one that has like a lot of the colors and stuff like that, they seem to kind of point at the Alta Latel and Guild and seemingly a few of the Consortium leaders, and they seem to cheer when they see you guys coming by. So very different than the jeering that you were experiencing from the Altus people. There are some Tide Pack people that give some slight weird looks to the guild and also to the Auroch Bane, weirdly, but they just kind of seem to like let that simmer. They don't really say anything.
What's the mood on? Exactly.
What's the mood on what, sorry?
For the Tide Pack. Oh,
The Tide Pack groups. You mean like the Tide Pack towards the Auroch
yeah.
Bane?
Could I make a yeah?
Roll me a mood.
Yeah, I see that like I can like tell like on the Auroch thing and also us kind of like.
Cool. Roll me it up. Oh. That they stole that 13 from me.
Oh,
I saw that
Damn.
one. Fuck
You
you.
do see him looking. You do see him looking. That's about it.
sickening one. That's a sickening one.
Yeah, it is. It was the stolen 13. But yes.
I saw that. Fuck you.
But outside of that, yep, there's no like much fanfare outside of like the jeering and cheering of various groups. There's so many like different things happening. It is kind of hard to keep track of. So Emiko, even with a 1, it's not necessarily just like it's not necessarily like, oh, you just rolled poorly. Like, it is really hard to keep track of how much is happening.
But I rolled poorly though.
You did roll poorly. That is true. But yes, it is just in general hard to keep track of everything going on. So much different commotions. Like, you've been to a large town. I mean, you've been to cities and stuff before. Citiver is actually a pretty sizable city. It's not the biggest city in the Lapis province, hell, even like Lapsus in general, but it is on the bigger side of things. And it is definitely lively right now. But yes, eventually you guys are walked up to the main theater area, kind of the large park in between. They walk you kind of like, and they take each group in first, like kind of 2 at a time, and then they will kind of let the next 2 in. You guys can see that there is definitely a buildup of people that are all kind of looking in. There's also a lot of people that seem to be looking at different... you can see there's some guild officers and guild team people that are looking at like these weird terminals. They have like little screens or consoles they're looking at. You can see there's some people that are listening to like radios effectively, and you can hear like people on the radio like, and I believe that that Eric Burrows is on his way coming up the stage right now. Like they kind of talking about like what's happening live basically. Some people are getting video feeds basically, and some people are getting radio. Most of the people you see are using like a radio signal basically. But yes. You are all funneled in and let in. You guys are assigned to your positions, of course. Once you guys get in, Relka will nod as like you guys. Relka is the inside group at the moment, so they will monitor things inside while you guys are outside. She will also order her Memorem people to keep a good lookout on the outside and make sure nothing perturbed happens. She will look to all of you and will say she will give you a Memorem like fist kind of held up and lean forward, and she will just say, "May you all, if anything is to happen, ensure that you are all safe, and that ensure that all." She kind of thinks, looking at like Isheen, who seems to be kind of waving to others and talking to some of the officials. Please ensure that Isheen lives.
On it.
She nods. Thank you. And then she will turn. You'll see Lyshishka starts to approach as well, as she's in the meetings as well. She'll wave to some of the others. She has a little like booklet that she has with her. She looks over at you, Imiko, on your unit as you're kind of standing. And she will just look to you and say, we've done, actually, she's gonna walk over to you. She's not gonna say this out loud. She's gonna walk over, flap over to you, and kind of land, like, on the side of your cockpit. And kind of not, like, touch it, like, to open up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
She will, after you open the cockpit, she'll lean in and say, how is everything doing? Is the EMD system working fine?
I checked the EMD, like...
It seems like it's nominal based on what you can tell.
could I make a, like, a private check into that?
Yep.
Knowledge,
Technological.
engineer.
Sorry. Yep, technological.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, it seems to be nominal. Everything seems to be working green. You can see green on the sensors and everything like that. It does say no no electromagnetic signal detected, or no electromagnetic waves detected. Or it would say no extreme electromagnetic waves detected. So yeah.
Sorry, who was it again? Sorry.
This is like Shishka.
Shishka, I look to my aunt and I give her a thumbs up of a smile.
She knows.
All good.
Good. We will need to be sure that they do not. We will need to be sure that they do not have any type of that we don't have any incidents with the devices here. If we do, it will mean that your units will not be operational should what I believe might happen.
Did you check with the other mech?
I did.
They're all fine enough.
Looks
operation.
over and nods. I believe that they all should be working fine if yours is working well as well. That being said, Shigana says, I want you to count on the idea that you will be probably out here without support for some time.
I mean, we did fine earlier. I mean, we did fine so many times. So I bet we can deal.
True, but this might be more difficult. If there is what I believe will happen, there might be some disturbance which causes several machines to shut down. If that doesn't happen, that means outside of your units, you might be the only ones operational in the field. Everyone else will be on foot doing things. In a giant attack, that could be a potential issue. Be very careful of where your shots go as well. We don't need any accidental fire.
No, that's true.
Any other orders besides keeping the peace over here?
Stay safe. And she will lean out of the unit and fly down.
And she
She presses something on her ear as she continues to walk in. All of you will hear in your ear from your visualizer, or transceiver devices, sorry. You'll hear Lyshishka's voice that says, Alright, she says, alright, Shadow Guardians. Part of your group is still at the dock surveying the area. We have a feed directly to them. If there's any incidents that happen, you will be the first to be aware. Make sure that you keep your head on the swivel, and make sure that you are also monitoring the situation as it develops. We're expecting some fun today. Let's make sure that it stays fun and it doesn't become a tragedy. And she will sign off. Whoa, sorry.
Is that it?
Now, I'm going to ask a question before we continue.
Okay.
We can stop here. The only thing I would continue, or the only thing that would happen, is I would just tell you effectively what's happening in the summit. I will tell you what everyone's motive, I guess what everyone is saying in the summit, what their main points are, and I will... and then we'll continue on with that until something happens, is all I'll say. Or, we stop here and do this next session. This is the start of next session.
Next session.
Alright. Juju's. Well, I mean, also I believe that Apani is at work at the moment, so that would probably be
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
So
That'll be a next session.
yeah. I will say, next session, if it wasn't clear by all of this build-up, yeah, there's going to be a fight. So you should be prepared for a fight.
Mm-hmm.
You should also be prepared for a
Definitely.
difficult fight. Make sure you're prepared
Oh,
with
great.
knowledge of what your character can do. It will be something. This is going to be maybe one of the hardest fights you guys have had so far. Actually, that's maybe not true. This will be comparable in difficulty to the dungeon.
You say that was difficult when I remember.
Remember, you had your mechs, which you do have your mechs here, but just remember, you had your mechs. If you had to do that fight, imagine what fight would be like if you didn't have your mechs.
True. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's gonna be that difficult, but it will be challenging. And they haven't. So far, they haven't. Isheen hasn't told. Roka didn't say anything to Titus. It's because Isheen, after their conversation last night, told her that it was alright that he could stay there. Don't worry. Roka is not gonna tell Titus to. Well, she's okay. She's not going to say that Titus shouldn't be here at the moment. That's why she hasn't said anything that Titus can't be here. But we'll see. We'll see if that was the right decision. We'll see. Next session, of course. So,
Oh yeah.
we hope to see you all in the next session. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the content and you want to see more, or a comment and tell us how you're feeling about how Shadow Guardians are going. I will tell you, this is the point where it becomes things go a million miles a minute. This is the portion where like you guys are going to go one thing after the other. If this has been the slowest things have been, kind of for like more plot development and just characterization reasons. It will be quick. A lot of things are going to be quicker now. So, can't wait for things to start happening. After all, the retribution is upon us. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye!
And I'm gonna go to...
Oh. My quick button. That was really bad.